Good morning, Mr. Santiago.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Robert Cizauskas.
Good morning, all of you.
Also present via speakerphone is Office of Victim Service Advocate DeJesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Alexander Santiago, 426-607.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Alexander Santiago, 426-607. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, executed suspended after serving 90 months, followed by 3 years probation for burglary, first bodily injury. He also has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 19, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Tier 2, voices, anger management, and he's received his CDL permit. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Santiago, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I've written a letter today. If you don't mind, can I please read it?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And pardon me, I'm slightly nervous. This is my first time, going through something like this.
Take your time.
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity today. I first would like to start by saying I completely regret and am as apologetic as I can possibly be for the crime I committed, and to the family more than anything, who I know were affected in a life-altering way. I take full accountability and acknowledgement of the crimes I committed and my involvement therein. My actions were inexcusable, inhumane, and there was no one to blame but myself, because I should have known better than to engage and involve myself in the actions that affected multiple lives 11 years ago until this very day. But I can confidently say I am not the person I once was, and I have taken the necessary steps to change my life for the better. Prior to being incarcerated, I had began the steps to becoming a better human being, but the real proof of my transformation lies within the last 7 years of me being rehabilitated and corrected through the Department of Corrections. Since my incarceration, I've had an entirely new outlook on life, taken full advantage of the programs offered, and adopted a newfound passion for self-development. I learned it's all about mindset. From the moment you wake up to the moment you rest your head at night, everything is up to you. Your emotions, your thoughts, your perceptions, your reactions, every moment. If you're serious about change, you have to go through uncomfortable situations and stop trying to dodge the process, because it's the only way to grow. And until you change your thinking, you will always recycle your experiences. So I go by something called the 5 Ps. Proper preparation prevents poor performance, and I live by this motto daily. Since being incarcerated, I have taken my recovery steps even further through the Tier 2 program, where I learned about the underlying causes and effects of drugs and alcohol on the body and brain. Through the anger management program, I have developed the recognition of trigger behaviors and behaviors of others when confronted with a real-life situation I may experience in the future. And most importantly, through the Voices program, where I was able to view the perception and perspective through the victim's experience, where the victim has been affected by my actions, thus creating a web of affliction and victimization that extends beyond the victim, but also to the family and friends of the victim, allowing me to realize the impact my decision had on them mentally, physically, and financially, a perspective that I subconsciously showed apathy toward through my actions and poor decision on the day I committed my crime, resulting in me to continue to take full accountability for the severity of my crime. The pain and anguish I caused has made me remorseful and emphatically regretful. I can only pray that God forgives me and blesses that family with strength and prosperity moving forward in their lives. I'm here today to ask that you give me the opportunity to show and prove to you that this poor decision I committed is not of my true nature or character, and look at the totality of the time I have served, the changes I have made, and the growth I've displayed speaking before you today. I need this opportunity more than you can fathom to begin a new chapter in my life where crime does not exist, where only hard work, grit, and success have a place in my life. Since being incarcerated, I have remained ticket and problem-free, as well as have accumulated a plethora of reports and character letters reflecting such, along with my work ethic. Beyond holding multiple jobs throughout DOC, I have also accomplished feats I never thought possible. I became a certified recovery coach through CCAR, enabling me to provide aid and advice to others who have or may be going through experiences I have encountered. I have become extremely knowledgeable and developed a passion for landscaping, along with the hard work and aesthetic reward that comes with it. I have also become OSHA 10 certified, allowing me to be able to work at any warehouse or construction site requiring one. But the achievement I am most proud of is the obtainment of my Class A CDL learner's permit, which is going to be a life-altering asset to my future success, making me more than prepared for my transition back into the community, given the opportunity to do so. Along with my achievements, I have an excellent support system beyond the confines of these walls. I have been blessed with 2 grandmothers who I owe everything, which has given me their all and refuses to give up on me until the day I am released. I have an older sister who is more like a mother to me, who has achieved a great success at the collegiate level and continues to push forward as a great example of what an entrepreneur and business owner should be, as well as the most proficient single mother I have ever seen. But more importantly than anything, I have a 13-year-old daughter who has been through a lot of adversity since I've been gone and absolutely needs her father in her life. Even though I have been there emotionally and mentally every day of my incarceration, I feel as if I am to blame for most of her hardship due to my physical absence. Since I've been gone, my daughter not only tried to take her life once, but twice, nearing success, which ultimately landed her in a psych ward for 3 excruciating weeks for us both, in form of communication. That situation was so eye-opening and life-changing for me. It emphasized the importance of me being present in her life, proving even further I can never come back to prison and leave her side ever again. So I chose to enroll in the CLICK program, which has aided me in my development as a father by teaching me different methods of communication and problem solving to help me navigate my daughter's life in a positive direction, as well as providing me with resources to better help and further my daughter's success in her education and personal life. I'm here for these women today more than I'm here for myself. These women are my reason and inspiration to be the man I've always known I can be. In conclusion, I feel I am more than prepared for my transition back into the community given the opportunity. I ask that you please give me the chance to redeem myself and take advantage of all the resources parole has to offer me under its supervision. I ask you, the board, to implement your mission statement to facilitate the successful reintegration of the suitable offender who sits before you today back into the community and allow me to emulate the parole board's vision to reduce recidivism. I am far from the individual I once allowed myself to be. Please consider me and allow me the chance to become something of myself in order to make my daughter proud, proving to you that your decision to grant me parole will be one of success and pardoning upon my full completion. Thank you so very much for taking the time to listen to what I had to say today. These are the reasons I feel I should be granted for parole. Thank you.
Thank you for that statement, Mr. Santiago. You did a good job. Did you have help?
Yes, from Webster's Dictionary. Honestly.
Okay, well, hey, that's great, right? I could use a thesaurus every now and then myself.
Yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to write that. We have questions for you, sir. When we're done with our questioning, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. Then we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. I also have 2 letters that happen to find their way to me, slightly, later than they should have, but they're completely unopened, and they're both character letters from 2 of my family members. If it counts, if you would like to hear them, I don't know.
Certainly, we're going to ask you about your support system in the community.
Okay.
Let's start with the questioning. Okay, we'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Palmieri. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Santiago, I wholeheartedly agree that your opening statement was really well done, very thoughtful. You used a lot of those words that we use: suitability, offender change,
Yes.
right? And I also heard you use the word opportunity a couple of times.
Yes.
And I point that out because regardless of what happens here today, you will have probation, and probation is also an opportunity. It's an opportunity to have support in the community, to have resources available to you, and to, just have a little something outside your family helping you along, providing some structure. So
yes.
Keep all that in mind. Parole is also, an opportunity if you're found suitable, and probation is also in that same pathway. Okay. So being in the community is an opportunity that, what you do with it will be entirely up to you. I was pleased when I reviewed your file and listening to you to hear a few things. One is, I look at the age that you are now, the age that you were incarcerated. I know this offense happened in 2014, so you were 21 then, but not arrested until you were what, 25?
25. Unfortunately, the crime occurred when I was 20, and I've had a lot of time to assess everything.
Right, and I point that out because you have no disciplinary reports, which is what we expect to see, but we don't often see.
Yes.
So I think that speaks to your willingness, your innate need to want to change your behaviors.
Absolutely.
You've done some great programs, and you talked about those a little bit, but I want to go back right now and just kind of, we're not going to rehash the entire offense. We've read all about it. It was yourself and two co-defendants breaking into this couple's home with their two children in the
yes.
apartment as well.
Unfortunately,
right.
Yes.
Your co-defendants were never identified?
No.
Why was that?
Honestly, I never knew any of their actual names, and I'm the only one that technically, was charged for the crime. Someone else was also charged for the crime, but they were later, I believe the word is exonerated in trial.
Okay.
And yeah, that's pretty much how things ended up.
So they went to trial and were found not guilty?
And found not guilty, yes.
All right, and then you're linked to this because of the DNA?
Yes.
Okay. So, there was a lot happening in that house, and you're right now being held responsible for all of it. The physical harm to both the adult victims, the emotional harm to the children.
Yes.
And then, I guess I was troubled. This offense took place in 2014. You were arrested 4 years later. And in the interim, you're still running wild in the community, selling drugs, creating, harm to your community overall. After you committed the offense, I mean, you had to appreciate the severity of it.
Absolutely.
And you break into somebody's house, they're beat horribly with long-term harm. I mean, especially the female, and scare the children for, who knows how long.
Yes.
And then you're out there selling drugs. So what's going on with you within that time frame?
At the time, I'm sorry, were you finished? I apologize.
I am. I want to hear a little bit about how you were conducting yourself during that time frame and why you continued down this path.
At that time, I can honestly say, at 20 years old, I was suffering from such a depression. I was in a state of mind where nobody's life mattered but my own. Like, I really didn't, like, I lived day to day with no sight of tomorrow. And it's a shame to say that, but it's who I was at that moment. And, honestly, looking back, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and it's honestly, I'm ashamed of it. It's something that I wish I could have, obviously changed. If I can go back, I would definitely change everything about my youth. I I had a good thing going for myself when I was growing up. I grew up in a great home. I had a great support system. I've done internships. I've had jobs. I mean, not jobs. I've done where I've gotten my construction. I went to CRT. I
Yeah, so you
graduated
got
from there.
You got
Yeah, like-
certificates in different.
Yes,
Yeah, in
yes.
trades. Okay.
I had a good life. I just started hanging around the wrong people, getting involved with drugs, alcohol, and up until a certain point in my life, things were good. And as they began to unravel, I found myself looking up and looking for guidance through other men who weren't obviously the best role models for myself. And I take full responsibility for that. And I followed the wrong path, and that's what led me here today.
I think that's an honest description of what seemed like was going on at the time. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I heard you in your opening statement, apologize to the victims, express your regret.
Absolutely.
And you took the Voices program.
Yes.
And why do you think the Voices program is an important program to take?
It's highly impactful because you get to see things from a different perspective. Like you never realize the impact you have on the world by the decisions that you decide to make today. And I mean the world in total, because everything you do, every action has a reaction. And I affected that family, those children. I affected their futures, their mental state, their mental health. Who's to say they still can sleep good till this day because of what I've done? And I'm ashamed to say that I was responsible for that. And, I'm highly regretful for that. And the Voices program, it provided me with a different outlook on things as far as how they see things from their view, if I'm explaining this correctly.
Right. Well, that's a lot of what the Voices program wants you to do. Look at things from the victim's perspective. You zero in at the initial victims and then the overall harm. So you break into somebody's house in the middle of the night. Yes, it affects the victims, but how about all the neighbors? Now they're afraid, right? So it has these ripple effects. And certainly the victims will never sleep comfortably again, or, they'll be fearful they don't have enough locks on their door. So what will happen next? And then the children.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
So you are right. That is a lot of that is the primary reason that Voices program is so important in situations like yours.
Yes.
You talked a little bit about using drugs and alcohol, and you took the Tier 2 program. I heard you mention you're a certified recovery coach.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you developed a relapse prevention plan for yourself?
Yes, I actually have a sort of a mentor, or a sponsor, if that's the proper term for it. Rich Walsh. Rich Walsh came to speak to us in Walker CI. And we developed a good relationship, and he's located out of Hartford at the CCAR program out of Hartford. And he's more than willing to, he's already told me and invited me there upon my release to attend meetings with him, or, to come and speak with him and continue to progress as far as CCAR goes.
So part of your relapse prevention plan is to have a sponsor in the community, attend meetings at CCAR. Is there anything else you think that would be beneficial to your recovery in the community or continued recovery?
I'm open to whatever. Honestly, I've been in quite a while, so I'm not sure what the resources are, but I'm absolutely open to whatever's available.
So you've taken quite a few programs, and you've had a number of jobs at the facility. You took anger management, and you are recently involved with the CLICK program.
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
I want to say maybe about a month. Due to some of their absences, we haven't been able to make certain classes, but my attendance record otherwise has been, up to par.
And I heard you mention your supports in the community. You are very fortunate to have such a strong support system in the community. You've been incarcerated now for just about 6 years, and seems like people have really stood by you.
Yes, they absolutely have.
And your release plan is to live with one of your grandmothers?
Yes, my great grandmother, who is, I believe she's 80s. She's in her 80s now. I don't dare to ask, but she's in her 80s now. And my sister also stays there with her 2 children, which are my 2 nephews. And I honestly just I just want to provide everything I can for her while she's still here on this earth. I would love to do her yard work for her, which I look forward to. Like, I just recently asked my grandmother yesterday, sorry if this is irrelevant. I'm like, are there leaves on the ground, so when I get home, I can rake the yard. And, I want to be there for my 2 nephews. One of them is autistic, and the other, he's a young upcoming football star. He just actually started playing his first sport ever, and he loves it. So I played as well when I was a youth. So I would like to be there for them. And, also utilize my sister in a way where she can teach me how to become a young entrepreneur the way she has. My sister owns her own tax company. And throughout the tax season, I will also be doing data entry for her during my off time when I'm not working or whenever I'm at home. So I'm going to consistently stay busy.
Okay. All right. You do, like I said, you've elaborated on, you have a very good support system with your grandparents and your sister. And it looks like you have some job opportunities when you get out. I read that you interviewed with Whitcraft.
Oh, I did, actually.
And did you get any feedback from that, or do you know the status?
Yes, I spoke with Counselor Supervisor Dumas, and he informed me that I'm a great candidate for the program. He honestly informed me 10 years ago we wouldn't have had this conversation, but based off of my growth and my track record, he absolutely was impressed. And then after we spoke, he was absolutely impressed as well, to a point where he said he would pass on the notes that he took from our interview to the warden and so on. So that way, if I do have the opportunity, I can interview with them as well and eventually obtain employment through Whitcraft.
Okay, so have you actually had an interview with them, or you've been put in the pipeline?
I've been put in the pipeline, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so you've been incarcerated since you were roughly 25, kind of running the streets since you were 21. Now that you have settled in, you seem to be a mature adult. When you think about being in the community, have you thought about what will be difficult for you?
Yes. Honestly, I think about that every day. Yesterday we went outside and the weather was beautiful. And the first thing that I thought about was, wow, this is nice weather. If I was home right now, the first thing I would like to do is go outside. And literally that little voice in the back of my head said, no, you'll be at work. I'll be driving that big rig. I'll be at work. I'm still going to be outside because that's what I plan to do as far as, my new career goes. And I'll just enjoy that weather whenever I have a day off or whenever I can request vacation time. Because I had to tell myself there's going to be more days better than the one that was better than the weather that was, yesterday. So, more or less, that'll probably be my biggest struggle is just staying focused, staying on track. But I continue to remind myself every day that, this is bigger than just me. I have a daughter who desperately needs my attention and my support. Without me, she's I feel as if she's lost right now. And she's honestly waiting for me to get there so I can provide her not only with the life she deserves, but with the structure that she deserves, because she needs me. She honestly does.
I read in the reason that you withdrew your application to waive your parole hearing was because you wanted to go out you were hopeful to go out on parole and you wanted to get out there so you could provide support for your daughter. Why did you think it was a good idea to waive your parole initially?
Honestly, I'm new to this, so everybody, has this notion of, oh, you may be able to get out sooner, or, you can be at the halfway house. Also, just not only that, but the halfway house did at one point seem appealing until I decided, like, okay, I'm taking the CDL now. Now I'm going to have to be able to drive and, transport myself to and from my job and be able to work, interstate or, I forgot the other word, I'm sorry, that they use for that. But, I'm going to have to be able to drive and transport myself. And I believe being there, that's gonna hinder my success as far as becoming a trucker, or as far as going to work for Connecticut Flaggers, because my dad works for Connecticut Flaggers right now, and he also told me I got my OSHA, which he said I needed. I got my medical card for DOT, but I have to have a reliable form of transportation, which he says I have to be able to drive myself to and from work. So just being there, I believe would not have been the best option for me. And it's also going to keep there's a lot of restrictions there, and it'll keep me from being the parent I really want to set out to be, because I'm not going to be able to be there 24/7 with her. I'm going to have to be there on visitation days, on days where I get a pass, and then I'll have to leave her again. So that's pretty much like more or less, the answer to your question.
Well, thank you. So I hear a couple of things in there, and I'm glad that you changed your mind and decided to come to the parole hearing today. You have a lot of positive things to offer and to show, your change and present your suitability for being back in the community. Because when you charge with the burglary first and the underlying charges that go along with it, on paper, you look like a risk to the community, right?
Absolutely, I agree.
People have concerns. Also, the other thing I was listening and I was happy to hear as you were going along, when you started to say, people say, other inmates say that you need to be able to think for yourself, I guess is my point. And it seems like you were able to rationalize what was best for you and for your family going forward. I think that will be very important for you to remember consistently when you're back in the community. You have to think for yourself and do what's best rather than what other people think is a good idea, which seems to be a good piece of how you got wrapped up in where you are today.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Santiago, I appreciate you answering all my questions. The letters of support that you have, who are those from?
One is from my aunt and the other's from my cousin, Olga Martinez and Eladio Davila.
I think it just adds to the fact that you do have support in the community, people that are willing to assist you and be there for you. So that is important. And as we all said, you have no disciplinary reports. You've done some great programming. You have, I think, a good plan to be back in the community. And you do rate out low in terms of risk, which I think speaks to your good conduct and your young age at this time. So that's all important.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So that is a very common misperception in the prisons that, you'll get out quicker if you go to a halfway house. But most people, when they do that, realize shortly after that, oh, now I have to stay in this halfway house for months. And I can't go home, and I can't do, like you said, I can't go visit my family. I have a lot of rules. So glad you were able to educate yourself. As my colleague said, we are not here to retry your case. You've been convicted, right? You've already been found guilty. But I do want to talk about your instant offense a little bit. And I want to point out that part of your rehabilitation and growth is accepting full responsibility. And I could not appreciate some of the things that you said in your interview. So For example, when the parole officer interviewed you, and asked about what happened in your offense, you said you were with the wrong crowd, right?
Yes.
And then you said you were just there. That's called minimizing. Do you know that term?
No, I don't.
Okay. Making less of what actually took place, because the reality is you were the wrong crowd, right? You're the one who had the connection to this household. It was your plan, your idea. And you weren't just there. You were a major party in this offense. I also do not accept your explanation that you didn't know who your co-defendants were. I think you covered for them because you got them into this mess, or in your head, you believed you got them into this mess. I think you could have helped to find them, but that's neither here nor there. This offense was horrific. Reading about this, I cringed. You got a break, and I hope you understand that, because this truly was a home invasion. And if you were convicted of home invasion by statute, it's a minimum of 10 years, minimum. That's the bottom, 10 years in prison. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
So when I was reading this, I saw an angry person, right? There was no reason for you to beat these people. You had weapons. They were going to do whatever you wanted them to do. Instead, you made them suffer. And I would like to know why.
Honestly, I told P.O. Logan when we got in that home that night, you know, I absolutely, and this is honest to God truth, when we got in there, I did not expect things to go the way they did. When things started to unravel the way they did, you know, I froze. And that's me speaking truthfully. I froze. I didn't think that was going to get as violent as it did. And when it did begin to get violent like that, I should have known better to try and stop what was going on. But honestly, out of fear for my own life and fear for the situation itself, I didn't speak up. And I regret that. Every single day I have to live with that decision of not stopping that, or even just not engaging in that crime. You know, I really didn't think that things were gonna.
You went in there with weapons, so you had to know there's a potential that this could go horribly wrong.
You're right. You're right.
I mean, we're all lucky that nobody was killed.
You're right. Absolutely.
And your DNA was found on the gun, at least one of the guns.
Yes.
So you brought the violence there. So the intended victim was not even there, right? What was his relationship to the others in the house?
I believe he was their son.
Okay. So you knew he lived in that house and he was someone's son. There was a family there, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, no one thought to check. Let's see if he's even home. Let's see if there's other people. I mean, the whole plan was just so poor. That's a sure sign of your immaturity at the time. And at 20 years old, I mean, obviously, you're still very immature. We know that through brain science, but it was just so disturbing, so disturbing. So I'm happy to see all the work that you put into yourself, and not only for yourself, right, to better yourself, but for our community, because we can't have this kind of violence going on in our communities. Your lifestyle was just reckless, right? You're selling drugs.
It was. Not
going to work, hanging out on the streets, and obviously committing a very serious crime. I'm happy to see that you took this time, and it wasn't a small amount of time. You did get a lengthy sentence to better yourself. Did you get a high school diploma?
I graduated from CRT.
Oh, you had a high school diploma coming in?
Yeah, I attempted to go back to school because during my time there was no college courses till I got to this prison, so I didn't I never furthered my education. I furthered my education personally, but obviously not on paper. Yeah.
Okay. You've been working. That's a landscaping job. Is that what you're doing now?
When I was in Cheshire Annex a few months back. I did grounds for the entire compound of Cheshire, and also the DA's office and all the other homes that surround that area.
Yeah.
And I loved it. I loved it. That was like one of my highlights of me being in here. Sadly to
So
say,
what are you
but yeah.
doing now? What are you doing right now in that prison?
Right now, I just got my OSHA 10. Like today, I received my certificate for OSHA 10. I actually have an eval stating that I completed it. It just hasn't been put. If it has been put in the system, it's probably not on your desk yet.
Right.
But I just finished my OSHA 10. I've just received my Class A learner's permit maybe a few weeks back, and as of right now, I've just been preparing for this moment and this day today.
Okay.
And
So no ongoing programs?
at the moment, no.
Okay. Let's talk about your drug. I heard you. Let's talk about your drug and alcohol use.
Yes.
At the time that you committed this offense, were you abusing alcohol and drugs?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Tell us, what were you using?
I was smoking a lot of weed and I was drinking a lot of liquor, honestly.
Were you drinking every day?
I was drinking every weekend.
Okay. To
Every weekend.
intoxication?
To intoxication, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So do you think it was a problem?
At the time it was. I realized how bad alcohol is for me. Like I come from an alcoholic background. My dad is an alcoholic, and I've watched him my whole life abuse alcohol, even to this day. Like that's what he does, and I know how to deal with him now. But by me growing up and observing his actions and the way and the relationships that he's diminished or that he's destroyed behind alcohol, it's something that I'm really not too fond of anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing good comes from it usually.
Nothing.
Are you in the CLICK program with your daughter right now?
I'm in the CLICK program now, yes.
Okay. What does CLICK stand for?
I honestly don't know.
No.
I just know the name is CLICK. I'm sorry.
I don't remember either. It's something literacy. Yeah. Through incarcerated. Yeah, I used to know, but yeah. So you guys read a book and discuss it together. Is that what it is?
No, we actually sit down and discuss real life scenarios and situations that we go through with our children. And then the speaker also, he comes in with his own maybe literature or lessons for the day that, that'll help us become better parents.
Right. Okay, good. Well, I certainly hope that you're sincere in everything you're saying. I don't know how you explain this to your 13-year-old daughter who really needs a father right now. But, your actions will certainly speak louder than any words that you can say anyway. You have to go out there and do the right thing for everybody.
Yes.
And I'm quite certain, you mentioned your victims and what they might go through. I'm quite certain they do still have a lot of fear and live with the trauma that your actions created. And how could one go to sleep at night and be comfortable in the dark after living through something like this? You couldn't.
I completely agree.
Have you considered how you might feel if something like this had happened to your family, your daughter?
Absolutely. Honestly, and this has nothing to do with what happened to me here or with what I've done. Yeah. But I had to go through that at some point in my incarceration. My daughter did go through a home invasion scenario where someone that her mom was dealing with at the time, and, they had an entire situation there between her boyfriend and her other child's father, or whatever the case was. And, that's an ongoing case now. But I literally was on the phone at 9:58, 9:55, where the phones turn off at 10. And I had to hear my daughter scream, oh my God, I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. And all I could hear is her mom say, get your sisters. Then my daughter screams, oh my God, he has a gun. And you hear the shots ring off in the background. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. And the phones, then it goes Securus. Thank you for using Securus. Goodbye. And I had to go to sleep that night like that. So I absolutely know how she felt and how that may feel like, it's terrible. It's terrible what I've done. It's terrible. And it's terrible that she had to go through something like that.
Yeah, it is. All right, thank you for speaking with me. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Cizauskas.
I have no questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. You can listen, of course. Please don't interrupt at any time. Ms.
Okay.
DeJesus, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, board members. This office spoke with the victim in the case on October 24th, 2024, and she asked that we relay to the board that although this happened a number of years ago, she is still very afraid. She reported that she has to sleep with the lights on, and she often does not sleep in the night ever since this happened. She stated that she has not gone to sleep until about 5 a.m. She reports that she is very fearful and often does not sleep until the daytime. She reports that her daughter still suffers with fear as well. She stated that it is not fair for him to get out early, and she is not in favor of any early release on parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeJesus. All right, Mr. Santiago, give us some time to discuss your case amongst ourselves. You can listen to our deliberation and we'll get back to you with our decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
You know, we always appreciate when the victims are brave enough to come forward and speak for themselves. And I think we did have some indication through what we've read through the reports that they were going to struggle for a long time. I mean, the female victim, the wife in this, she was horribly physically harmed, and we cannot pretend to know what happened to her mentally, but certainly the statement today tells us that all these years later, which is 10 years ago, they're still struggling with it every day. So it's always something to consider. We are so respectful of the victims coming forward and telling us about their life today. I do agree with you that, you know, there are incredibly serious charges. He's very fortunate to have only pled to the burglary first. It was originally a kidnapping, a home invasion, a robbery one. There were a handful of charges that he ended up only pleading guilty to the burglary first. There's a lot of elements to the offense. He was specifically identified. He did know the victims. You know, there is, as you pointed out, questions about how the co-defendants were never brought forward, right? I think Mr. Santiago was young at the time. He was 20. Obviously, it's his own admission, using drugs and alcohol. That coupled with his young age and his impulsive attitude and, as he puts it, hanging with the wrong people, we could certainly see how we got here and how he has a violation of probation that we really didn't touch on either.
Yeah.
But he was on probation and certainly struggled with that as well. I think to his credit, we need to look at what he's done to improve himself, to make himself suitable to be back in the community. He has done all the programs. I think that we as a board would hope somebody with these charges, his age and his background, would do. The anger management, the voices, the tier program. He has proven himself to be responsible with all the jobs that he's had. I had commissary, kitchen, outside clearance, and I was, it's always great to see when they're being recognized for an outside job at the Whitcraft program. You know, he has fortunately great support in the community. He offered 2 letters today that we've not been able to read, but I'm sure that they're in favor of offering their support. His grandparents, he was raised by his grandmother, and they continue to stand by him. I think that's a benefit. He certainly has positioned himself with the CDL permit to be able to be fully employed. And I did think his opening statement spoke to the change he sees in himself. I think he has a plan for recovery in the community and support outside his family. He assesses at a low risk to recidivate, which is important to also keep into consideration. So with all that said, and with all due respect to the victims, I would be in favor of granting his discretionary today.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I agree with everything that you've said, and I do thank the victims for giving a statement, understandably, that they're living with this today. I do not believe that Mr. Santiago is a risk at this point. There's something to be said for time and maturing. You know, some people spend time and don't take advantage of it and don't grow, but it's very clear that Mr. Santiago has taken this time to really work on himself and rehabilitate. So I think he's ready to go out and prove himself. He wants to be a good father to his daughter and a contributing member of society. And I'd like to offer him a little support before he starts his 3 years of probation. Mr. Cizauskas.
Yeah, I agree completely with both my colleagues, and I really don't have anything else to add.
Thank you. Ms. Hamlett, what do you have for conditions?
I had no alcohol.
Mhm.
I did have Hackler Health. There seemed to be a question whether or not they could get in touch with his great grandmother.
I know,
I agree with it. Oh, great. Okay, wonderful. And then no contact with the victims,
Mhm.
LS, JR, DS, and JS. And I was on the fence about community-based treatment for anger management.
I don't think he needs it. I mean, no tickets in all these years.
Yeah.
Mr. Cizauskas, anything
No,
to add?
No,
All right, in the matter of Alexander Santiago, inmate number 426607, I'll move to grant parole effective November 19th, 2024. That's your 85% date. With the following additional conditions, you're not to consume alcoholic beverages, and you're to have no contact with your victims' initials LS, JR, DS, and JS. Is there a second to the motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sir, you'll get a whole list of conditions to sign off on, but these are special conditions that we're adding. Okay, you have to do 85% of your sentence, so your date is next month. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you. I just would like to
Listen,
say,
now it's time for you to go
Yes.
out there and prove yourself and do good things to give back to the community that you took from.
yes, I agree. I agree.
Okay. What did you want to say? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I just wanted to thank you all today for your time, for, taking the time to listen to me and giving me your input.
Okay, we wish you the best.
Thank you. I appreciate your decision. Thank you so very much.
You're all set, Mrs. Santiago. This concludes
Okay.
the parole hearing for Alexander Santiago, 426607. You're all set.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Darian, I will see Kral.
Okay.
Thank you.
One.
Hi, Mr. Kral.
Morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri?
Robert Cizauskas.
Also present by speakerphone is Office of Victim Service Advocate DeJesus. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Shane Kral, inmate number 337248.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Shane Kral, 337248. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed and suspended after serving 5 years, followed by 3 years probation for 3 counts of violation of protective order, 1 count of violation of protective order, threat, harassment, or assault, An additional offense of assault third, and a violation of probation. The underlying charge is robbery third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 12th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed tier 2, alternatives to violence, basic and advanced. He's participating in CLIP. He is also participating in domestic violence with an anticipated end date of January 14th, 2025. He's also participating in Inside Out Dad with an anticipated completion date of December 4th, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Kral, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning, panel. I want to start off by apologizing to my family, my children, and the mother of my children. I cannot express enough remorse when thinking about the pain I've caused them. I acknowledge and take full responsibility for my parts in the crimes I've committed. Put simply, I've created a traumatic memory that will last forever in my child's and my ex-wife's psyche. I will spend the rest of my life doing the best I can to make amends and reconcile the relationships I've damaged. During my incarceration, I have vigilantly been working on myself, constantly making sure I can be a role model for my kids, striving to give myself a foundation I can rely on as a tool after my release. Since being incarcerated, I've completed Tier 2. For my substance abuse issues, I have completed Alternatives to Violence Project, basic course, as well as the advanced course, as I believed it would be a good course personally for me to attend. I have consistently attended the CLIC program, a nonprofit agency with the goal of connecting incarcerated parents with their children through literacy, and Inside Out Dad, a certification course aimed at preparing fathers to transition back into parenthood that should be completed in the coming weeks. I've also held a job in the block for over a year now, and I've remained ticket-free since the start of my incarceration in 2022. And in addition to that, I am also enrolled as a college student at Connecticut State University. During my time as a student, I have focused on an associate's degree in business management, maintained a 4.0 GPA since enrollment, and making the dean's list this past semester. I am still currently enrolled in classes, and I'm on track to have 39 credits by the beginning of December. If granted parole, I will make sure to continue my education so I achieve a degree, something no one in my family has done. In addition to my education, I already have a permanent job position as an operations manager at a flourishing moving company, a position I will continue to strive in and make a career out of, continuously progressing so I'm able to provide for myself and my children. I would also like to tackle my mental health head on, making sure I see a therapist weekly to ensure I have a healthy outlet to express my emotions. If this panel sees enough change in me to grant me parole, I'm more than willing to attend any classes or programs they wish to stipulate me with. I have so many people rooting for me with family support and loved ones all around me, ready to lend a helping hand, giving me the best chance of success. I know I made a mistake and have harmed the ones closest to me. But all I want is a chance to be a provider for my kids, a safe space for my children to confide in, a chance to be a loving parent and a son and a brother who not only people can be proud of, but can rely on if they ever need me. I believe that I truly can be a benefit to society. All I'm asking for is a chance to prove myself. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kral, for your statement. We appreciate you putting that together in words. We do have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. Then we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
No problem.
Okay. When did you start the domestic violence program?
It should start right now, like within the next 2 to 3 days.
You haven't started it yet. Okay. Yeah. Looking for it. I don't see it on here. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Very important that you take that program and you pay attention every second,
Yes, ma'am.
because that's the most important program for you, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've been trying to get into it for the past 18 months. I'm just happy to be in it now.
Well, I'm glad you're getting it soon. We understand. Yeah, there's a wait list. There's a lot of people who need programming, so sometimes you have to wait. So I'm a little confused because you started with taking full responsibility and expressing remorse for all the trauma you created, but I'm not sure what full responsibility means to you, taking full responsibility, because when I read your interview with the parole officer, it seemed to me like you were minimizing your actions and you were not taking full responsibility. And I'll give you an example. When you say that the victim was texting you and baiting you to come over, or when you say that, you know, she hit you first and you reacted, or, you know, things like that, that's not taking full responsibility. That's making excuses and minimizing. Do you understand the point I'm making?
I understand the point you're making.
Okay, so tell me what you mean by taking full responsibility.
There are certain things that I could have done differently that day that I know that my actions were completely wrong, that my actions caused harm, and that every crime that occurred that day was solely because of the decisions that I made. Whether or not there was influence on another person or from an outside perspective, it doesn't necessarily mean that I should have made the decisions that I made that day.
Yeah.
But the decisions I made are solely my responsibility, and I know that they were wrong, and I
So
take
what
accountability
decisions?
for them.
Give me an example. What decisions?
I should have never harmed her at all.
Did you harm her?
What was the question?
How did you harm her?
Oh, I repeatedly hit her in the face.
Okay. Well, now we're getting somewhere, because you denied hitting her before. You said she hit you. Okay. So why were you punching her in the face?
She was trying to lose control of a vehicle that I was driving.
Okay. Is this when you had a protective order in place?
I understand that. I should have never been anywhere near her in the first place.
No, I was asking you a question. So the answer is yes, you have a protective order in place.
The answer is yes. And through the past couple of years, I have acknowledged that, and I've realized that there shouldn't have ever been contact at all.
Yeah.
To put myself in a situation that could occur, you know, that.
Right. The whole baiting, like, I mean, that's just a poor excuse, because when I have an order against me, and I know that if I break that order, I'm breaking the law and I might go to prison, I make a conscious choice. No one can force me to do that, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I also love my kids to death, and I just wanted to make something work between me and the mother of my children.
There are ways to do that. You go back to court, right? And you do it the proper way.
Yes, I could definitely agree to that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a process. And the reason that we put these things in place and make it a process is so that it's safe for everybody, right? You know, one bad blow to the face and you could kill her. Do you understand that? We see it all the time. People who accidentally kill other people with one blow.
Yeah.
You just never know what you're going to hit or what it's going to do to someone's brain. And you know, and your other offense that we haven't even touched on yet. This guy's supposed to be your friend, right? And you're beating the snot out of him. Like, come on.
I talk to him regularly. We have reconciled our differences.
I read that. That doesn't excuse your behavior.
I never said it did. I never said it did. I'm just saying that I have made strides to repair the relationships that I've caused damage in.
Yeah, but how about making strides to change your behavior so you don't have to repair the relationships?
I'm also in the process of doing that.
Right. So you're in the process, and I'm happy to see that. I really am. I'm glad you're getting into the programs that you need to take, that your mindset appears to be changing, that you can openly say that you're punching your victim in the face repeatedly. That's progress. That is real progress. So I'm very happy to see that. And I hope it's going to be an ongoing thing. Like, you can't, take the class, admit to all of this, take full responsibility, do the work, and then forget about it, because you'll revert right back. It's got to be an ongoing process. Let's talk about your substance abuse. What were you using?
At the time, it is mostly alcohol.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I did read that you were drinking daily. So what are you doing to address your alcohol problem and prevent future relapse?
I've taken tier 2. I know what I need to do. I read literature. I've been recovering and on and off for many years. I know about the 12 steps. I read about the 12 steps. Mm-hmm. And it's a process, but I've learned, I'm learning to accept that is an issue of mine, that there is no going back. It's not a little bit here and there. It's either yes or no, So
what has stopped you? You said you've been in, recovering for years. What has stopped you from fully committing to your recovery?
That's a good question. I think that I have in the past not really addressed mental health underlying issues or trauma in my past, and just refusing to address those issues have caused relapse or caused anything like that. And at this point in my life, there's no reason why I shouldn't have been doing that. So upon release, I've talked about it with my family multiple times. Just getting a therapist one-on-one, just to try to dig into that, unpack it, and try to dive deep and try to, instead of just putting a Band-Aid over a problem, trying to heal a little bit.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Is the plan for you to be with the victim eventually?
No. While incarcerated, I filed for divorce. I was the one who took the steps to do that. I do anticipate co-parenting. We are cordial. We do talk. I talk to my kids regularly. I just believe that it's a toxic relationship, and as much as I want to see her succeed in life, I just know that there has to be healthy boundaries. Okay.
You do understand there's still a protective order in place?
Yeah, it's not a no contact protective order. It is just for threatening and harassing and.
Well, I don't know that for certain, and I wouldn't assume that if I were you. So I would make sure you get a copy of it, read it very carefully. Do you have a copy of it?
I have not on me, but I do have a copy of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for speaking with me. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. Mr. Cizauskas.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I do have a copy of the protective order here, and it is, from what I'm looking at, it has the expiration date of 2063. It does not say that it's a no contact. So you're correct when you state, according to this document, that it has to do with assault, threaten, abuse, harass, follow, interfere, or stalk. But one thing you need to keep in mind is that some of those things can be violated, like in a text message. Do you understand that? You know what I mean? And in a phone call. So, yeah, I
do understand that. I am very choosy with my words. I'm very calm when I speak to her. It is only about the kids. It can't be really about our past, unless she brings it up. I don't want to create any hostility in that environment.
Yeah, you're going to have to tread very lightly, be very careful with that. It's not, you can, like I said, easily violate those things through a text message or a phone call or some other kind of interaction with her. So just be very careful. Just because it's, there are now all of the restrictions on there doesn't mean that you can't violate that. So can you talk about your release plan, like where you intend to live when you leave and where you're going to be working?
Yes, I can. If it is not with my mother, who I have given her address and I've spoken to her, I do have a backup plan. There is a sober house in New Haven, run by Richard Duvall. It's called New Beginnings. That is my plan. I also am working at a moving company as an operations manager, which I was working at years prior to my incarceration, Adams Moving Company, LLC. I have been doing that kind of job for now 6-7 years. And I've made a career out of it. I'm very good at what I do. In New Haven, I plan to get a therapist and just continue to grow.
Okay, yeah. So I did hear you mention that earlier, that you wanted to get a therapist. Have you worked on lining that up? I mean, it's part of your release plan to be ready so that, you don't have to figure all of those things out after you get out, If you started talking to family or some of your support about how you can find a therapist?
I mean, I don't believe it's a hard thing to do, to set that up. I mean, just called 211 when I was to get out, depending on what type of insurance I have. I do have a full-time job. I don't know how long I will be on Husky, state insurance when I'm released, but depending on how my insurance is running is how I'm going to make a long-term plan for a long-term therapist. I don't want somebody that's just going to be there for a week while I'm on state insurance and then I have to change. But I don't believe that's an issue. I think that could be set up in a day.
Yeah, if you have time and you have the ability on the tablet to start doing things, you should start, thinking
I
about,
agree with that.
Yeah, make a list of phone numbers, places you can go, things that you're going to try to do. So that way, you can take care of some of these things and be ready when you're out. One of the things that I was concerned about is your best friend. Now, when we're having this conversation, I'd like you not to say his name, please. You know the person I'm speaking of, the victim in one of these cases. You list him as one of your strongest supports, and that when you get out, he's gonna, I'm getting the impression he's gonna be helping you. Is that how you feel?
Yes, he's a good friend. He's a coworker. He's a person that I vent to. I think it's very good to have those type of relationships.
When I talk about release plan and I talk about this, is that he is the victim in one of these cases. So you're probably likely not going to be able to have that person as a support. So you're going to need to start thinking about other people that you're going to be close to that can fill that void for your release plan, because a victim is typically not allowed to fill that role that you're describing. Okay. I understand the situation is different, that you were friends with him for a long time. So, that down the road maybe can get worked out at some point, but you need to start thinking, when you think about your release plan, other people, other friends, family members that are going to be able to do some of the things that you're describing in your interview that he might be able to help you with, because you may not have him. Okay.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Very understandable.
So we talked about the protective order a little bit. I mean, it's concerning because you sound like you want to be involved in your child's life. And so you're going to have, some plan to, pick up the child and all those things. And it's going to be a delicate situation with the protective order still in place. Have you thought about that? How you're going to manage staying in your child's life and also balancing this protective order situation?
Yes, sir. I have. The paternal grandmother, my mother, is more willing to be a third party, not just, I can't say mediator, but she can pick up the kids. They can be dropped off at my mother's house. I don't really have to see my ex-wife necessarily to be in my kid's life.
Okay.
So
I would think about, is there any kind of order in place now for custody?
there is.
Okay, so there's some plan that says how this would take place?
Yeah, right now, just what I was able to receive from visitation while incarcerated, will be changed in the future.
Okay.
I do have joint legal custody. So, but what I was able to get while incarcerated will be modified.
Okay.
And I just understand there's limitations there.
Yeah, and I would caution you to be very careful and start making plans with your mother and her and everything without having that modified and something in writing from the court that there's a plan that can take place. You just, because of this protective order, okay? Because it can be violated very easily, and you need to have some things in place to make sure that what you're doing is legal and it's authorized, and that your mother can pick her up or they can drop off your mother's house. It sounds like you have a plan for it, but I would just make sure you do follow up with that and get that modified when the time comes. All right. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for speaking with me.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Ms.
I
Palmieri?
follow.
All right, so this time we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. We'd ask that you not interrupt at any time, please. Mr. DeJesus, thank you.
Good morning, board members. I do have a statement and it reads as follows. This is sent in regards to the parole hearing for Shane Kral on this October 25th, 2024. As the victim in this case, and having had limited correspondence with the incarcerated individual, it is my best judgment that I ask the board to allow Kral to serve out his time sentence in its totality. He has never admitted guilt, acknowledged his actions, and nevertheless apologized for the physical harm he caused, excuse me, and the mental and emotional abuse, both for my child, excuse me, and myself, as we continue to try and heal from. Having formerly been incarcerated, he has only proven to get his ducks in a row in time for this hearing, knowing what the board will be looking for in order to consider his early release. There has been no actual rehabilitation of any kind. He has exhibited no desire to take the steps and measures necessary to actually reform his behavior. To allow him early access to society would be failing us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeJesus. Give us some time to deliberate about your case, sir, and you can listen to our deliberation. We're going to come back to you with a decision. Is it Kral or Kral? How do I say your name?
It is
Kral.
Kral, the short A.
Kral. All right. Well, that was an interesting statement, and we appreciate the victim's input, of course. So here's where I stand. Mr. Kral actually did better. He presented better today than I thought he would, because in reading the interview, I really was concerned about the level of responsibility. I do see some change, whether or not it's for the parole board, I don't know, but he is participating in programming. He shared some insight. He was able to verbalize some of the pain and the things that he did to the victims. Certainly has a plan for release to continue to work on himself while reuniting in the appropriate manner with his family. I certainly have concerns that he hasn't taken the domestic violence program yet. That's a must. In this case, voices would be helpful too, to possibly understand where his victims are coming from, because I still think there's work to be done there with him understanding just how much harm he's caused to multiple people. Just because his friend is willing to forgive him doesn't erase. I mean, he could have killed the guy. And of course, his family situation, the trauma that domestic violence victims endure, and it stays with them through all their relationships and through life is significant. And I think he has some work to do there. I also think that he's had difficulty with staying sober in the community, and that's something that he really needs to take more seriously and maybe plan for a relapse prevention plan a little bit better. But I don't want to take away from the work that he's done, because he has done some good work, and he's managed to be disciplinary report free. For those reasons, I'd be willing to bring him back for an additional hearing after he completed some more programming and did a little more work on himself. He's got 3 years to go, so he certainly has the time, and I want to make sure that we're setting him up for success when he goes out there and he doesn't fall back into some of the old negative criminal behaviors. Mr. Cizauskas.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, I wouldn't be able to consider this without the domestic violence, of course. I'm also just a little bit concerned about some of the aspects of his release plan, relying on one of the victims as one of the supports. So I think there's some areas, and I think, he recognizes that he's a work in progress, has made some progress, and can use a little bit more time to complete these programs and tighten up his release plan a little bit better.
Thank you. Ms. Palmieri?
Yeah, I agree. He needs to complete the domestic violence program. If he could do voices, that would be important. And, we have C-cars available to him as well. If he's going to New Haven, they have a big program there.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect of his recovery he could be looking into. But his parole eligibility date is not till March 2025.
Right.
So he has plenty of time to do those programs and then come back.
Right. Okay, so what are we thinking for a time frame? Maybe 9 months? A year? What were your thoughts?
He's taking college courses, and I was thinking that, if he was in May, he would complete that spring semester, and then that was just the date that came to my mind. Finish what he's doing now. He says he wants to take more college courses. I certainly won't want to interfere with that.
Well, that's 7 months, right? I'd go a little longer than that to allow for programming.
Well, anytime past that over the summer, before he starts in the fall.
Ms. Palmieri, what were you thinking?
Well, if he starts his domestic violence program, he's due to finish that in January. So that's a couple of months away. The voices program
3-month program
will take a little bit longer,
right?
So I was thinking 6 months, but I hear what you're saying. If he's taking college classes at the end of the semester, would certainly be.
And then he could take the summer to get adjusted and restart school. He says that's his plan, to go back to college, and the fall classes would start again. So sometime over the summer.
I was thinking July is 9 months, but I mean,
it's fine by me. That's in that area.
if my math is right. Yeah, I think my math is right.
Okay.
Right. See what you can get done in 9 months. We understand the program's an issue, but sometimes when we recommend it, it helps it along. All right, reasons for denial being inadequate program participation. Anything else? I see the change, so I don't really want to use inadequate evidence of offender change.
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I think we're good with that.
All right. Okay. In the matter of Shane Kral, inmate number 337248, I'll move to deny parole at this time due to inadequate program participation, but we'll rehear the case in 9 months, July of 2025, with the recommendations that you participate in domestic violence and voices, any other positive programs, and avoid disciplinary reports. Hasn't been a problem thus far. Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, thank you for your time.
All right. Good luck to you.
This
Thanks.
concludes the hearing for Shane Kral, 337248. Mr. Rodriguez, we'll be with you shortly. We'll be with you shortly.
Oh.
Mr. Vera, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. I do. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Robert Cizauskas.
Buenos días, soy el oficial de libertad condicional Logan. Hoy es viernes 25 de octubre del 2024 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican haber revisado todos los documentos legalmente requeridos e información pertinente disponible en preparación a esta audiencia.
Está bien.
Sorry. Also present via speakerphone is Office Victim Service Advocate DeJesus.
También presente a través de altavoz está DeJesus de la Oficina de Servicios a la Víctima.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Leonel Rodríguez.
Su número de confinado.
Oh, el número 404457.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Leonel Rodriguez 404457. He is serving a sentence of 12 years followed by 8 years special parole for sexual assault first, victim less than 13 after 2 or more years older, and illegal sexual contact victim less than 16. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 9th, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program. He works as a janitor and he's enrolled in ESL classes. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Rodriguez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la aplicación de libertad condicional de Leonel Bartolo Rodríguez, número 404457, que le está sirviendo una sentencia de 12 años, 8 años de supervisión especial de libertad condicional por agresión sexual en primer grado, víctima menor de 13 años, actor mayor por 2 años o más y contacto sexual ilegal con víctima menor de 16. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 9 de octubre del 2024. Hay testimonio de víctima en este caso, hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y demuestra que el ofensor ha completado programa de ofensor sexual a corto plazo, está participando en clases de ESL y trabaja como conserje. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntaje general del ofensor para reincidencia de ofensa sexual cae en el rango bajo. Mr. Rodríguez, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué piensa se le debe conceder libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Bueno, yo creo pues que me merezco esta libertad. Al pesar yo ya les he cumplido la mayor parte de mi sentencia y estoy preparado si el día de mañana salgo, empezar a trabajar, empezar otra vez de nuevo mi vida y tal vez no voy a recuperar el tiempo que he perdido acá dentro de la prisión, pero al menos tengo las capacidades de salir y trabajar algo para tener en mi futuro el poco tiempo que Dios me quiera regalar de vida todavía, pues.
Un momento, por favor. I believe I deserve parole. I have completed most of my sentence, and I think that I am ready to go out, start working, and recover my life. I think that I can still do something for my future in whatever time I have left. Continúe.
Y también pues, mi familia me espera y mi mamá pues está cumpliendo 80 años y todavía la tengo viva y ya no da las horas pues del día de mañana que yo salga y quiere verme, abrazarme y quiere convivir conmigo todavía pues y yo estoy muy agradecido a Dios pues porque ella todavía está en vida, ya mi abuela no existe, mi hermana mayor tampoco existe ni mi hermano menor. Entonces, okay.
I also want to see my family. My family is waiting for me. My mom, she is 80 years old and she's still alive. She wants to see me again. She wants to be able to hug me again. I do not have my grandmother with me anymore. I lost my sister. I also lost a brother. Continúe.
Y más es por eso pues de que si me dan la oportunidad de salir pronto, estoy agradecido pues para poder estar con ellos y trabajar y seguirlos ayudando, ya que a mis hijos no les pude dar el estudio que tenía que darles por estos problemas, pero ya mis nietos vienen para arriba y ahora pues quiero trabajar algo y ayudar a mis nietos para que ellos obtengan los estudios que mis hijos ya no completaron.
Déjeme continuar, señor Rodríguez. If I was to be released, I will be grateful because I want to be willing to help my family. I was not there to help my kids, but I also want to help my grandkids to be someone in the future. And that's it, and that I will be grateful if I get the chance to be able to help them.
Okay. Thank you for your statement, sir. We have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input, and then we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Gracias por su comentario, señor Rodríguez. Ahora tenemos preguntas para usted. Luego vamos a pasar a la Oficina de Servicios de la Víctima, que van a hablar en el día de hoy, y luego daremos la decisión en el caso.
We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Cizauskas.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I listened to your opening statement, and, you know, it's our job to decide on your suitability for parole. I understand you're eligible, but as part of determining your suitability, we have to look at the change that may have taken place with you. And one of the things that you failed to mention in all of that was the victim.
Bien, señor Rodríguez. Estaba escuchando sus comentarios de apertura y uno de nuestros trabajos es ver cuán preparado y si usted realmente merece ser puesto en libertad condicional y ver cómo usted ha cambiado. Durante estos comentarios de apertura, usted falló en mencionar a la víctima.
¿Me puede explicar bien? Yo no escuché cuando me preguntaron respecto a la víctima, ¿no? ¿Me puede explicar?
Can you explain to me? I do not remember when they asked me about the victim.
Okay, well, we're going to get into that. When the parole officer interviewed you, you said, "I regret everything that happened, and maybe I was drunk." That is what you've told the parole officer. Do you remember saying that?
cuando usted fue entrevistado por el oficial de libertad condicional, usted mencionó que usted siente todo lo que pasó y que a lo mejor usted estaba tomado. ¿Eso fue lo que usted dijo?
Pues cuando me entrevistaron, pues me dijeron que cómo iba sucedido todo, pero la verdad yo les soy sincero, yo no sé cómo pasaron las cosas o cómo sucedió, porque de repente me dijeron de que iba abusado sexualmente de la muchacha, pues, y yo le digo, ¿cómo? Si yo nunca he tenido relaciones sexuales con ella y no sé si tal vez tomado, yo no sé, pues.
They asked me how everything happened, and to be honest with you, I do not know how it happened. I do not remember. They said that I had sexual intercourse with her, but I do not remember. That's why I said that maybe I was drunk.
So when you say you regret everything, what are you regretting? If you don't remember what happened, what is it you're regretting?
Sí, entonces usted se refiere cuando dice que siente todo esto que pasó, si usted no se recuerda. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que usted siente o se arrepiente?
Me arrepiento porque la verdad es algo que yo digo entre mí, si lo hice sin darme cuenta o no en mis 5 sentidos, pero yo digo entre mí cómo pasó eso, pero yo estoy arrepentido porque sí ofendí a ella y a toda la familia y vengo acá pues a pagar este delito. Entonces sí, yo estoy arrepentido por todo eso, por el tiempo que he perdido acá, por haber ocasionado eso sin darme cuenta, porque si yo me hubiera dado cuenta, imagínese sacando 12 años ya, yo dijera,
Okay.
sí lo hice.
I regret it because it's something that maybe I did it without realizing what I was doing, and I offended her and her family. It's been a lot of time that I lost in here, and I do not remember if I did this.
Okay. You completed the sex offender treatment program while you were incarcerated. Can you tell us what you learned from that program?
Se completó el programa de ofensor sexual a corto plazo en la facilidad. ¿Nos podría decir qué usted aprendió de este programa?
Bueno, yo nunca iba a tener programas de este sentido, pero sí me ayudó bastante y estuve a punto de seguir haciendo otros programas más, porque sí me interesó sacar más programas, pero en este programa sí fue una terapia bastante hacia mí, me orientó bastante cómo ser prevenido en todo, los riesgos, los problemas, todo lo que pueden ocasionar. Yo pues estuve muy agradecido con este programa y si tengo la oportunidad de volverlo a tomar otra vez allá afuera, yo lo haría otra vez de nuevo, pues para estar uno alejado de todo esto, pues.
I never had to take a program like this before, and it was very helpful. And to be honest, I would like to do more programs like this one. I was able to learn how to be more careful and how to stay away from risk out there. And if I was to be released, I would like to do a program like this before, like the one that I did before, again.
All right, it said you said you can be more careful because of what you learned in the program, but you're not saying what happened. You're saying you don't remember what happened?
Usted dice que aprendió en el programa a ser más precavido, a tener, pero entonces usted dice que no recuerda qué fue lo que sucedió en aquel momento.
No, eso sí no me recuerdo yo, pues por eso yo digo dentro de mí, en la entrevista que me hicieron, como digo yo, es algo que yo llevo en mi mente y siempre sigo pensando cómo sucedió las cosas. y ni yo sé cómo entenderme yo mismo, ¿me entiende? Porque cuando uno comete un delito y uno es consciente, uno dice, sí, yo lo hice y estoy arrepentido de todo corazón y la verdad yo pediría disculpas, pediría todo,
Okay,
pero
un momento, por favor. Yes, that's what I said. When I was being interviewed, I told her that because I always have this in my mind. I'm trying to understand what happened. If you remember what happened, then you can say, I am sorry, I regret what happened, but I've been spending all this time trying to understand what happened, but I do not remember.
Were you drinking a lot of alcohol at that time, sir?
¿Usted estaba tomando mucho alcohol en ese momento, señor?
yo pues en ese entonces pues vinieron unos familiares a visitarnos y todo, y como yo no estoy acostumbrado a tomar, pues y sí, me tomé unos tequilas ahí, tal vez no iba comido bien, como también yo trabajo y salgo tarde del trabajo, salgo cansado y me tomé unos traguitos y convivimos toda la familia en ese tiempo, como lo de una semana que estuvieron ahí con nosotros y salíamos y entonces yo sí, todo eso, en esos días yo sí tomé unos tequilas con cerveza y todo.
Yes, they were family members who came to visit, and I was not used to drink. And I had some tequilas, I had some beers. I remember I was tired from work. I remember I wasn't eating well on that day. I didn't eat well on that day, and then they were there for about a week. And during that time, yes, we had beers and tequila.
Okay. You're talking about one specific day, but the record says that this went on for a period of time, more than one time that this happened with the victim. Do you understand that?
Usted dice que no se recuerda y que eso fue en esta ocasión, pero durante los documentos que tenemos dice que esto sucedió por un periodo de tiempo, que no fue solamente una vez.
Pues la verdad yo sí nunca la estuve tocando yo a ella porque dijeran eso, pues.
I was never touching her for them to say something.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move on. Can you talk about your release plan when you get out, where you plan to live and work?
¿Nos puede hablar de su plan cuando usted salga, donde usted tiene pensado trabajar y vivir cuando salga?
Bueno, a mí me gusta trabajar mucho la construcción, pues sé trabajar construcción, carpintería y también sé trabajar en restaurantes, lo que es pizzería. Yo trabajé 12 años en restaurante griego. Todo el tiempo que he estado acá en Estados Unidos, yo he trabajado en un solo restaurante que es griego. Ahí aprendí todo el trabajo. Y en mis tiempos libres que iba a ayudar a mis sobrinos a trabajar en construcción o carpintería, que también toda esa profesión yo lo aprendí en mi país. Entonces yo...
Déjame traducirle, por favor. I like working construction, and I also can go back to work in restaurants. I was working in a Greek restaurant for 12 years before I came to prison, and then on my free time, then I used to help my nephew doing construction. Continúe.
Y eso es de lo que digo, si el día de mañana pues saliera acá, me quedara acá, entonces yo tengo muchos lugares que me han ofrecido trabajo, bien en el mismo restaurante o con mis sobrinos que ellos tienen compañía de construcción, y si no, pues yo aplicaría en cualquier otro lugar, porque la profesión de construcción, carpintería o restaurante sí lo puedo conseguir rápido, pues, y es algo que a mí me ha gustado desde un principio.
If I was to be released and be able to stay here, I have different job opportunities. I can go back to the restaurant, or I can work with my nephew. He has his construction business and he's willing to give me employment.
Okay. If you have a detainer from immigration, from ICE, do you understand that?
Usted tiene una orden de retención de ICE, de inmigración, ¿usted entiende esto?
Sí, tengo un retén de inmigración también. Que puedo
Yes, I
ser
do.
deportado. Ujú.
Have a detainer that I can be deported back.
So if you're deported, do you plan to come back to the United States after?
Si usted llega a ser deportado, ¿usted tiene pensado regresar nuevamente a los Estados Unidos luego de esto?
No, ya no. Ya no. Si soy deportado, pues me voy a trabajar allá a mi país y solo hablaría con mis sobrinos o mi familia que me manden herramientas para yo sobrevivir allá, pues, porque allá se gana poco porque los trabajos en nuestro país aquí trabaja uno una hora, allá se tiene que trabajar un día por ganarse lo que aquí se gana en una hora, pues, pero trataría la manera también de sobrevivir y salir adelante en mi país también.
No, I will not do it again. If I was to be sent back to my country, I would just work there. I will talk to my nephews if they can send me some tools so I can work there. Because, for example, what I do working here in an hour, it takes me a whole day in my country to be able to do that amount of money. But I wouldn't come back.
Okay. All right. I think the only other thing that I just wanted to mention is that the state's attorney has sent a letter objecting to your release. And I just want to let you know that. And that's really all the questions I have. Thank you for answering my questions, sir.
Thank you.
Solamente quería añadir que tenemos una carta del Estado que envió una carta en contra de su salida. Eso es todo lo que tendría que decir.
Smith-Palmieri.
I do not have much, but Mr. Rodriguez, I do want to follow up on, you seem to keep referring to one incident with the victim, and the police report and the records we have say there were multiple occasions of assault.
Solamente quería abundar en esto, Mr. Rodríguez. Usted sigue mencionando esto como un incidente que solamente ocurrió una vez, pero de acuerdo a los reportes policíacos, esto ocurrió en múltiples ocasiones.
Are you aware of that?
¿Está usted al tanto de esto?
¿Me podría repetir un poquito que no mucho le escucho yo aquí?
Usted cuando ha hablado ha mencionado que esto solamente se refiere como si hubiese solamente sido un incidente que sucedió con la víctima. Pero de acuerdo a los reportes policíacos, esto ocurrió en distintas ocasiones, múltiples ocasiones. ¿Está usted al tanto de esto?
No, eso sí no. Porque si esto hubiera estado ocurriendo en ciertas ocasiones, desde un principio, pues hubieran puesto una denuncia y yo pues me hubiera presentado o me hubieran ido a arrestar por las acusaciones. Pero yo como no sabía nada de esto, inclusive anduve con ellos cuando la llevaron al ginecólogo o a una clínica, o sea, una clínica, a unos exámenes. Yo anduve con ellos porque la verdad yo decía, yo no he hecho nada, si no, yo me hubiera andado con ellos de un lado a otro, pues. Pero...
Okay. No, because if it was happening multiple times, then I will probably be taken to the police and arrested. When she was taken to the clinic, I was with them because I said I didn't do this. That's the reason that I was with them when she was taken to the clinic at that time.
Okay. To be clear, though, you were arrested. You are charged with sexual assault in first degree, and the victim has identified you as well as DNA that has identified you as sexually assaulting the victim. And the victim reports it was on multiple occasions, not just the one time.
Usted fue arrestado por esto, fue acusado de agresión sexual en primer grado, además de que identificaron ADN identificándolo a usted, asaltando, agrediendo a la víctima.
Sí, esos fueron los cargos.
Yes,
Continúe.
those were the charges.
Okay. And when you participated in the sex offender treatment program, did you talk about the offense? Did you admit to having a relationship or to assaulting the victim?
Cuando usted participó del programa de ofensor sexual, ¿usted llegó a hablar acerca de esto que pasó? ¿Llegó usted a admitir que esto ocurrió?
Sí, en el transcurso de mi programa, todos los homework que me dejaban o tareas que nosotros le decimos, ¿verdad? Sí venían bastantes preguntas y cómo sucedió eso y todo eso. Entonces yo respondía todo eso, pero siempre a como yo pues sabía, pues, ¿me entiende? Porque sí me costó un poquito, porque todo me venía en inglés, entonces yo trataba la manera cómo ir traduciéndome todo, pues, pero sí, ahí venía diciendo todo eso y sí yo respondía casi la mayor parte de mis trabajos que me dejaba.
Yes, during the program, part of the homework was to answer questions about how everything happened. And I did answer the questions, even though it was hard for me because everything was in English and it was hard for me to understand. I had to be finding ways to translate the content.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Palmieri. Mr. Rodriguez, is it common for you to black out or not recall things when you use alcohol?
Mr. Rodríguez, ¿es común que a usted le ocurra tener, no recordarse de las cosas que suceden cuando usted toma alcohol?
Yo conocimiento, cuando tomo, me recuerdo hace como, cuando yo tenía como 25 años que tomé una vez también, que también saliendo de ir a fundir una losa en construcción, es una gran losa que fundimos, y el señor nos invitó a unos tragos y yo tomé y la verdad que cuando yo me desperté, yo estaba en mi casa, pues, pero yo le pregunté a ellos cómo llegué yo acá. No, a usted lo pasaron dejando, pues definitivamente venía tomado, pues, y yo
So,
dije,
to my knowledge, there was a time, I think I was about 25 years old. I was working construction and then my coworkers, they invited me to go drink. And then the next day I woke up at home and I do not remember how I got there.
How often were you drinking alcohol?
¿Cuán frecuente usted estaba utilizando alcohol? ¿O tomando alcohol?
yo casi no tomo alcohol, yo sí es ocasionalmente, por eso es que no estoy acostumbrado y cuando sí bebo algo y pues yo no, la cerveza a veces me tomo unas 2 o 3 en Thanksgiving o Christmas o New Year o cualquier ocasión, pero es ocasional, pues unas 2 cervezas o 3 cervecitas, porque la verdad no, yo sé que me puede llevar a problemas, accidente o cualquier otra cosa y es lo que más he evitado en este país, no tener problemas con las autoridades. Yo durante todo este tiempo que he estado
En
aquí
un
nunca he
momento
tenido
para
accidente.
poder traducir, señor Rodríguez.
Okay.
I used to drink occasionally. That's why I said that I am not used to it. I used to drink 1, 2, or 3 beers, but I'm not a drinker. I know that it can get me in trouble. I can get into a car accident. And that's something that I've been trying to do since I got here to this country. I've been trying to stay out of trouble.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for input. Ms. DeJesus, thank you.
Vamos a pasar ahora con la Oficina de Servicios a la Víctima con Ms. DeJesus, que va a leer un testimonio.
Good morning, board members. Hi, I am the victim's mother. I am speaking on behalf of her because she does not feel comfortable participating in this hearing. I'm writing this statement for the board to understand how hard this situation was for me and my family. We suffered emotionally, knowing that the victim went through this. The victim also suffered emotionally. She didn't choose this to happen to her. She went through a lot to feel emotionally and physically better through the years.
Want to break?
The victim was,
Okay.
sorry, the victim.
I'm sorry,
The victim-
she's, Liza's gonna interpret what you're saying. Do you have the
I
statement?
have the statement.
So you can do it, she can keep going to the end?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. DeJesus, I apologize.
You're welcome. The victim wishes that he does not stay here or anywhere close to her or us. She states that she does not feel safe with him being close by. We are against him being released and feel that he should complete his sentence and to be as far away from us. That is all. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Hola,
Board
soy
Member.
la madre de la víctima. Voy a hablar en representación a ella, ya que ella no se siente cómoda participando en esta audiencia. Estoy escribiendo esta declaración para que la Junta entienda cuán difícil esta situación fue para mí y mi familia. Nosotros sufrimos emocionalmente sabiendo que la víctima pasó por esto. La víctima también sufrió emocionalmente, ya que ella no escogió que esto le pasara. A ella le costó mucho para poder sentirse mejor emocional y físicamente a través de los años. La víctima desea que él no se quede aquí o en ningún lugar cerca de nosotros. Ella dice no sentirse segura al él estar cerca. Nosotros estamos en contra de que sea liberado y entendemos que debe completar su sentencia y mantenerse lejos de nosotros. Esto es todo y gracias por su tiempo.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. DeJesus. So at this time, the panel will deliberate about your case and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision.
En este momento vamos a deliberar acerca de su caso y le vamos a dar la decisión.
And we'll speak slow so Liza can interpret our deliberation. Mr. Cizauskas.
Thank you. So, Mr. Rodriguez, during my questioning, didn't display adequate offender change, in my opinion. I'm concerned about his release plan, and the nature and the circumstances of this crime are very, very serious. And as we heard, the impact to the victim and the victim's family. So he also has detainer by ICE, and the state's attorney, in addition, objects. I can't support granting parole today.
Thank you.
Durante mis preguntas al señor Rodríguez, él no mostró evidencia adecuada de cambio, además de que la naturaleza de esta ofensa es muy severa, teniendo también en consideración el impacto a la víctima y la familia de la víctima, además de que también recibimos objeción aparte del fiscal general del estado en cuanto a su salida.
Ms. Palmieri.
So I agree with my colleague and just a few other things. I think Mr. Rodriguez, his story hasn't really wavered since his arrest, although he did plead guilty to it, and he does admit that there's DNA evidence to support the charges. Aside from everything else that we're concerned about, the no real evidence of offender change, he continually states he has his issues with alcohol. And he hasn't done an addiction services program. He hasn't even done the Voices program. That would probably be somewhat helpful to him. He does have to detainer. He does have about 6 months to his end of sentence. So I am not in support of his discretionary parole today. I do realize he scores low on all the risk assessments, but I do think he could benefit prior to release from some addiction services treatment and continue to work on his ESL classes.
Estoy de acuerdo con lo que mencionó mi colega. Entiendo que Mr. Rodríguez no ha procesado completamente esta historia de lo que sucedió durante este tiempo. Él sí menciona acerca de los resultados de ADN, pero me preocupa que no veo evidencia real de cambio en él. Él ha mencionado que tiene problemas con el alcohol, pero también veo que no ha tomado programas de adicción. Él tiene una orden de retención hacia Guatemala y le quedan 6 meses para su final de la sentencia. a pesar de que él tiene un puntaje bajo en la evaluación de riesgo, entiendo también que Rodríguez se beneficiaría de servicios de adicción antes de su salida.
Thank you. I agree with everything my colleagues have said. So in the matter of Leonel Rodriguez, inmate number 404457, I'll move to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of the current offenses, the injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
I would add inadequate institutional program participation. I think that to make him suitable to be in the.
Here's the dilemma, though. The problem is they're not offered in Spanish and doesn't speak English, right? So, I mean, I'd hate to use something against him that he has no control over. Like he said himself, he didn't really learn much from the sex offender program because of the language barrier.
Okay.
I'll let you say that, and then I'm going to further the motion. Thank you.
En el caso de Leonel Rodríguez, número 404457, hacemos una moción para negar su salida bajo libertad condicional en el día de hoy por las siguientes razones: naturaleza y circunstancia de la ofensa actual, daño e impacto a la víctima y la familia de la víctima, inadecuada evidencia de cambio en el ofensor.
You have 8 years of special parole to follow your sentence. I'll further move to set the following special parole conditions. You'll parole to your immigration detainer, halfway house placement if needed. You'll participate in a program for problem sexual behavior treatment. You are not to consume alcoholic beverages. You're to have no contact with your victim, initials SC, and no contact with minors. Is there anything else? Did I miss
That's
anything?
exactly what I have.
All right. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Usted tiene 8 años a seguir de supervisión especial de libertad condicional, por lo tanto vamos a establecer las siguientes condiciones. Libertad condicional a su orden de retención de inmigración, ubicación en halfway house o casa de transición de ser necesario, no consumo de bebidas alcohólicas, programa de manejo de conducta para ofensor sexual, no contacto con la víctima, SC, no contacto con menores.
Do you have questions, sir?
So,
Pregunta, señor.
ok, entonces ahorita me quedo terminando el tiempo que me resta de sentencia, ¿verdad?
So do I need to finish the rest of my sentence?
Yes, you finish your sentence, you're done in February, and then you'll go to immigration or you'll start your special parole here.
Ok, ya, pues está bien, sí, porque como yo tengo todas los privilegios de cárcel, entonces yo tengo el LOMSOM que también viene ya ahorita el 20 de este mes por un ticket que me dieron hace 2 años, que tengo que esperar que se cumplan 2 años por ese ticket clase B por tenerle tape a mis audífonos. Entonces, al completar esos 2 años, yo pongo el LOMSOM y eso me va a deducir un poco más mi tiempo.
He's asking if he has some time and if that will bring down his time, the time before his EOS.
Oh,
Because he has some good time and he wants to make
Good
that
time?
bring down his
it might, that's a Department of Corrections function. We have no control. You can ask his counselor about that.
Eso es algo que el Departamento de Corrección trabaja. Usted también le puede preguntar a su consejero en la prisión.
Thank you.
Está bien, está bien.
Good luck, sir.
Ok,
Más suerte, señor.
This concludes the hearing for Leonel Rodriguez, 404457.
And we'll take a 5-minute recess at this time. We're going to take a recess, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. All right, Mr. Therian, the next, is that Therian?
Yeah.
Oh, next person would be Asbury, please.
Asbury, okay.
I just need to
Thank you.
check my phone.
All right, so I was in the background checking out this guy's case, man, and it's all bad all the way around. Stamford man charged with I can't even say that right there, but it looks like they're coming back right now. Maybe not. 12-year-old stepdaughter. You see Stamford. A 39-year-old city man was arrested on Saturday for allegedly essaying and his 12-year-old stepdaughter.
Get in the seat so they're ready to go.
Leonel Rodriguez has been charged with first
Yeah.
essay and risk of.
I got your food in AP,
minor.
so when you're done, you can grab it. Have a seat and they come on. Good to go.
All right, looks like they're gonna be coming on. So let me take this off of the screen here. The victim's mother took her to the doctor, who determined the girl was pregnant.
Hello, sir. I just wanted to let you know the board will be back shortly, but in the meantime, your microphone is connected to the live stream, so we can hear anything you say.
Okay, I hope not to talk to myself.
Just to be mindful.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, don't talk too much. If anybody wants to read the news article, I put it on. I added it to the description on the link, or the description in the link.
Wow. Morning, Mr. Asbury.
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information, and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Asbury. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Good morning.
Deborah
Robert
Smith-Palmieri.
Cizauskas.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Edward Darnell Asberry, 224-508.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edward Asbury, 224508. He is serving a sentence of 8 years followed by 4 years special parole for larceny first, property value less than $20,000, risk of injury to a child, and assault third, physical injury, and assault on public safety. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed thresholds, anger management, voices, tier 2, the short track sex offender program. He's currently participating in aftercare with an anticipated completion date of January 20th, 2025. And he's also completed alternatives to violence, basic and advanced. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, The offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Asbury, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, good morning, everyone. I wish to be granted parole because, I've grown up a lot. I'm getting older. I don't have much of the support I used to have because my mom passed away a few years ago since I've been in. I have grandchildren that needs me. My wife, she needs me, kids. I've really think this time around I'm finished. I know I'm no more things for the street. I have plans on seeking mental health treatment when I come home, addiction services, things of that nature, and moving on with my life. I'll be over 50 when I get out now, and I believe I'm ready. I have the support of my wife and kids and everyone and my extended family. They're more than willing to be patient with me. Like my wife told me just the other day that she don't really want me to rush back into trying to find a job or anything. She wants me to seek, especially the mental health part. I've been doing that since about 2022 now. I've been steadily reaching out to whatever facility I am, reaching out with mental health and trying to figure out what's going on. Why do I keep doing the things I do and stuff, I know I have an issue and I'm ready to address those issues, and I've been doing it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Asbury, for your statement. We have questions for you, okay? When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. And we'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Palmieri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Asbury, let's start off with the charges. All right, let's start with the larceny charge. Were you under the influence when you committed this offense? What was your rationale?
I was under the influence, but that was more of a crime of opportunity at the moment, I suppose, because I just seen the car running. I never knew it was a child inside the car, but I seen the car running. And then when I pulled off with the car and the child said something to me, so I pulled the car over to the car wash and jumped out. I never knew. Then you come to find out it was a friend of mine's vehicle at that. And it was a poor decision, and yes, I was.
I guess a crime of opportunity. Explain to me though, why steal a car just because it's running?
No, I was on my way down to the other end of the city I was in. I'm in the north end of Hartford, and I was going up to a little further up, and I don't know, man. I can't really explain why I did that. That wasn't smart at all.
So I hear that you're saying you didn't know there was a child in the back seat. I read from the police that the child was asleep, I guess. But what do you think that those consequences are for the child going down the road? Family that's in the car going down the road.
Yeah, I've heard that. Our families are connected. Our families are connected. His father has a sister that has a child with my nephew. So and I already heard he's scared. Back then I don't know, because he's big boy now. He was traumatized for a while, and he always said that he didn't want to see me anymore and things like that. And it crushed me. It crushed me. I never, and I had my own car. I just didn't want to drive it that morning. I don't understand why I even did something stupid of that nature. I don't understand. That's why I'm gonna get help for, I said, my mental health and my addiction. I'm serious about that stuff now.
Right. Let's move on to the other charges. So you have a charge of an assault third that involves one of the Department of Corrections mental health workers.
Yes.
And that resulted in a new conviction and a referral to the sex offender treatment program. which you
I
initially refused to go to. So what changed your mind?
I changed my mind because it's like, even though I felt there wasn't no sexual intent with that right there, because as I explained to Ms. Logan and even the judge and everyone, when we was in the office in Hartford Correctional, there was like bees flying around, and I was swinging. I happened to swing at one while she was walking by, and I hit the side of her leg. I didn't, and I apologized, but she said she had to report it, and I said, okay. Then they all asked me what happened, and I told them, and I guess that's how it ended up going to assault third. I just pled guilty because I did it. You know, I didn't intentionally mean to hit the lady, but I apologize. I don't know how many I tried, you know, but that was never my intention to hit her.
All right, so I hear you pled guilty because you did slap her, but you did it unintentionally.
Yes.
All right.
I never denied.
Okay. I appreciate that. I did read that you didn't deny it. Just your reasoning was different than the way it was reported to be interpreted. So there's two different versions of it, in other words.
Yes.
And you, as a result, took the short-term sex offender treatment program that you initially refused to do, but then you did take it. And what did you learn from that program that helps you understand that offense a little bit better?
I learned that, you know, it was more serious than I made it out to be. I should have never downplayed it, because I don't know anybody else's feelings. You know, I can't think for anyone else. Only thing I could do is explain to myself. So I know that now, that, you know, when people say they're going through things, take it more seriously, instead of, that's in everyday life now. That's why I try to do that with everyday life. Like sometimes I try to downplay somebody's feelings about things because I think it doesn't, you know, and I can't do that anymore. You know, I know that.
And then you have the altercation with the correctional officers is your third charge. And yes, that was back in 2021. Tell me how things have changed for you, how you are managing in the facility better.
Well, I don't know if y'all had any hearings at Cheshire with anybody yet, but in those times, Cheshire was a very rough place. It was.
Yeah, but I'm not asking, Mr. Asbury, I'm not asking necessarily what was happening at the facility. I'm asking you, since that charge, how you've learned to monitor yourself in the facility better.
I always try to be aware of the type of individuals I talk to and deal with, you know, because some people are like very aggressive and some aren't, you know, so I try to stay away from the type of people that's very aggressive and would like treat us more like people instead of, you know, inmates. I know we committed crimes and stuff, but sometimes things that happen I try to just watch how I respond to things that's being said to me. I try to always keep a positive attitude now. I try to just keep the peace all around me the best I can, because I know I can't go home angry or.
Okay, so I'm going to move you on. Let's move forward just a little bit, because so you have this assault with the Department of Corrections officer, and then you have the incident with the mental health worker, and I'm getting a sense that you had one version of how it occurred, and then there's the reports. of what happened. And you've pled guilty to those new charges on both cases. And then, you know, you have the larceny one. And with all of them, I feel I'm getting a sense that, you know, you're struggling to take responsibility for each of them.
No, I'm not
You don't think so?
struggling to take responsibility. No, I totally take responsibility for everything that happened. I take responsibility. You know, I'm regretful that a lot of everything that happened from June 2018 till now, I lost a lot. I lost a whole lot. I lost my job. I lost my mom, my grandmom. I lost a whole lot. I regret.
So your last disciplinary report, because you have 7 in this incarceration, was in 2023, October 2023. So it's about a year ago. And that was the one where you refused to participate in the short track program. And then you also had the assault, disobeying another assault, and some of those are related to the new charges. But since then, you've taken the alternative to violence program. You took the short-term sex offender, the short track sex offender treatment program, and you're in the aftercare program. So you've done some positive programs to help you manage your behaviors.
I'm also a mentor.
I
in
did
the Prime
read that.
program.
I did read that you're a mentor in the Prime program. So you've had this transformation in the last year, let's say. Can you tell me what you see as your most significant change?
My attitude and temper.
And what has helped you to control your temper and to change your attitude?
AVP. The AVP is a very good program. And then also dealing with Mr. Rex from the Prime, and also talking to Miss Placido from mental health. I talk to her regularly. Anytime I'm feeling down, or I write mental health, and she'll talk to me. And you know, and there's also officers here that I sometimes pull to the side and we could talk. You know, I like this institution. That's why I live in Hartford, and I could have tried to transfer to Cizauskas somewhere, but I like here because the attitude is upbeat. Everyone is always trying to be helpful, you know, and I got a lot more accomplished here than I did since I've been incarcerated, because they work with you here.
Well, how do you think that's going to transfer into the community to help you manage yourself? Because you've also been on community supervision a lot, and you have 11 failures at community supervision. So when we talk about you going out on one discretionary parole and then to special parole, that's a lot of supervision in the community. How do you think it's going to be different this time?
Because when I go home this time, I'm going to Hartford Behavioral and try to get the help that I need. I'm already in, like I said, I'm in talks with the mental health here, and she's going to help me to get to places where I need to be. I'm with Rex to help me with my addiction services. I'm in the script program that just started. They plan on helping me once I'm released. They just let me know my family, my wife and I moved out of Hartford, so I don't really plan on being in that environment anymore. Now that my mom and grandma passed.
Why do you think it's taken till now to recognize that you would benefit from mental health services, that you need to control your temper and change your attitude?
I was always in denial about it.
So your release plan is to live with your wife?
Yes.
And what's your employment plan?
At the moment, I don't have any. I've been in so long, I don't even have any prospects, but I do want to go back to New England, try to trailer and finish my CDLs. Then I would like to also go to Manchester Community College to finish my manufacturing. Because I got the certificate, the pre-manufacturing, but I wanted to take the engineering.
And we do have an evaluation of you being a mentor with the Prime program. It talks about your positive behavior, how you really have helped the younger incarcerated population.
Yeah, I try to tell them like to look at me, and I show them my inmate number and tell them you don't want to be me.
Mhm.
You know, they think it's funny, and I just like the way I did. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was funny, and you know, I raised my 2 sons in prison, and now I have 2 granddaughters. I don't want them to go through this, and I'm trying my best to keep this as far away from them as I can. But
I'd like to say this is your longest sentence, but it's not.
no,
You have the assault back in 2001 that you've received 13 years for.
yes, conspiracy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing from you is you feel this has been a transformative sentence for you. You feel like you're ready. You've identified your mental health needs as something that you need to keep dealing with ongoing in the community, and that you will continue your education and your trade.
Yes. I know I could find jobs because temporary agencies always find jobs. That was easy to like. I don't understand how some people come from prison and say they can't find a job. I found a job within like the first year, like going through temp agencies, talking to the parole officer. That's how I got into school and stuff.
Yeah, you did have employment in the community. That's all right, Mr. Asbury. Thank you. Thank you.
And my concern, Mr. Asbury, is you don't keep a job long term. Why haven't you had a long term like career by now? You're almost 50 years old, like you said.
When I went home, I was already 36 years old, and I was really mostly working temp agency jobs because it was kind of hard to find, like, to go and get a job. So I was like going to school, working with temp agencies, and and I was always hoping that, you know, after the 6 to 8 months they would hire me on, but most of the time they wouldn't. And
is that the case, or do you just like the temp positions and seasonal positions? Because I read you were going to live off your mom's inheritance and your wife was going to support you.
Well, I don't have my wife. My mother didn't leave any money.
No?
No, my wife didn't leave any. My mother never left no money. My mother didn't have no money.
Okay, I don't know where I read that, but I did read that somewhere. Okay, so you want to work? Yeah. I mean, you said in your opening statement that your wife didn't want you to worry about going to work, that she would support you for now. You just said that.
She said. That's what she said. She wanted me to go back to school.
Part of being a productive member of society is paying taxes and getting up and going to work every day and getting in a good routine. You don't need idle time because it gets you in trouble. You see a car running and you take it.
I understand that. And I said I was going to go to school. I was going to go to school and go to treatment and stuff like that. So I wouldn't have much idle time.
Yeah. I think you need to find a job that you really like, you know?
Yeah, that's why I started the school for the manufacturing. I like that. I like manufacturing. Like, I know how to do the lathe machines. I know how to use the micrometers and CNC machines and stuff like that. And from what I was hearing now, that they was going to start like relaxing with the restrictions about felons and stuff.
Places have,
There's a lot of manufacturing.
Yeah, there are. There's lots of jobs out there. Why don't you have a driver's license?
I do have a driver's license. It was they expired while I was in prison, December 2018.
Oh, it expired. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, you know, your case is perplexing, really, because there's a lot of negative, but then it really does look like you've turned a corner and you're trying to change. You have excellent evaluations from the staff in there, but then you have tickets for staff in there too. You know, it's like, yeah. We want to see all good, all positive, all good.
I had a rough patch in that.
Well, your patch has been going on for a long time. It's time to end that rough patch. You know, you have to really be motivated and you have to do the work yourself, right? Yeah. No one's going to change it. Nobody cares. I hate to say that, but everybody has problems and a lot going on. So it's up to you.
And life just moves on whether
it sure does. It moves on without you, right?
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
Mr. Cizauskas.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, give us a few minutes to discuss your case. We're gonna come back to you real shortly with our decision, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Palmieri?
So I'm just gonna say, Madam Chair, you hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of positive and there's a lot of negative.
Yeah.
And, I was very concerned coming into today's hearing what we would hear. I was concerned a little bit, somewhat with the explanations for those two DRs that resulted in new charges. However, I do think that since then, Mr. Asbury has done programming to address those attitudes and behaviors. He has done a lot of good programming. There is two nice positive reports of his mentoring and his work in the facility. The last DR was a year ago. He does have support in the community. He's got a lot of failures on community supervision, but I want to be hopeful that addressing his mental health will help him going forward in the community, which seems to be, from reading all that we have, to be sort of an underlying thread to a lot of these behaviors. So for today, I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole.
Thank you. Mr. Cizauskas?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was very concerned coming in, reading some of these things about the fight with the correctional officer. It was a couple of years ago. That did happen after he took anger management, but he's since taken some other programming in his new facility that he says helped him. And he's come to the realization that he needs to address his mental health and substance abuse. And it appears though, based on what he's saying and how he's displayed today, that he has taken a corner and is displaying some better change. So I'm also in favor today.
Thank you. Ms. Palmieri, what are your conditions?
So I had mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, at least the evaluation for that.
I do not have that, and I did consult with our specialist. They didn't recommend treatment. They recommended further evaluation through polygraphic examination, but we didn't do a jurisprudence or anything like that. So
Okay. I was looking
treatment.
towards have the assessment and they would make a determination.
I think once we sip it, he goes full throttle. So
Okay,
okay.
so
Sorry.
that's fine. And then I had no contact with the victim, who's the owner of the car, EW. And then there's the DLC worker. But that's it.
Yeah. Okay. I questioned alcohol. What are your thoughts? I read somewhere that alcohol was a problem for him.
I did not have alcohol.
No. Mr. Cizauskas?
I don't have it checked off.
Okay.
Did you talk about the vehicle situation? Very many.
You're driving without the
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be, but we'll see. I had an IM too. Those are the parents, EW and IM.
Right.
All right. Okay. All right. In the matter of Edward Asbury, inmate number 224508, I'll move to grant parole effective March 20th, 2025, with the following conditions. You're to have no contact with victims' initials EW or IM. No driving without your parole officer's permission. You don't have a license anyway. And you'll participate in a mental health evaluation and treatment if it's deemed necessary. Did I miss anything? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right.
No, thank you.
We wish you
Thank
the
you,
best. Go out there and work. Come on, keep working on yourself. You're doing good.
Thank you.
All right.
This concludes the hearing for Edward Asbury 224508. Therein, I will take Brown.
Can we do like somebody from A, B, or C? I didn't call A dorm up yet.
Oh, okay. Who do you have up there?
Richardson, Currie, Thomas,
Currie. I'll hear
and
Currie.
Graham.
I'll hear
Currie?
Currie. Yep. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. So how do you guys
Can you
feel
mute for
about
1
it?
second?
Do you guys feel like that last guy deserved to be paroled? And let me pull up the information for the next individual that's going to be coming up, which would be Currie. Let's see here.
Good morning, Mr. Currie.
Morning.
Name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Currie. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Robert Cizauskas.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hajee Currie, 355-168.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Hajee Currie, 355-168. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after serving 4 years, followed by 5 years probation for interfering and resisting arrest, criminal possession of a firearm, failure to appear first, 2 counts of possession with intent to sell or dispense a narcotic, and larceny of a motor vehicle first offense, and larceny fifth. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 15, 2024. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Tier 2. He's currently participating in CLIC, and he's also participating in Voices, which is scheduled to end November 7, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Currie, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, well, I want to thank the board for giving me this opportunity. I believe the time I've been incarcerated was well needed to help my mind, to help my soul. I believe the past 2 years, I've changed. I've become a better man. I'm embarrassed about my past. I'm ready to move forward and be the role model that my children need me to be. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Currie, thank you for your statement. Your file was a lot to read, and it really because you've been committing crimes for a while now, sir.
Mhm.
You know, you've had chances out in the community for supervision 10 times and you failed 8 times. So what is it exactly that's keeping you from being successful?
What was keeping me from being successful?
Yeah.
I wasn't in the right mind state. I was a victim of a shooting, and after that, I just spiraled out of control.
When was that shooting?
Between 2018.
Okay. So that's 6 years ago. So you haven't been able to get it, but you had issues before then too, sir. I'm looking at your criminal history.
Right.
So I'm asking for an explanation for why you haven't been able to be successful. What are your main issues? What do you need help with?
Well, employment will be probably my biggest issue.
Yeah. Well, why haven't you been working steady?
Well, I wasn't able to find a job, so I ended up being homeless. So I just had to find my means to make some money.
Huh. Okay. So how are you going to find a job now then?
Well, I was told by the PO Logan that parole offers a list of employment by the parole for having felonies, for people who have felonies.
Have you looked at all the jobs on your tablet or while you're in the facility?
Yes, I have. And I also participated in a job fair in Cheshire, and I got some valuable information from the dudes that were there, and they said it can help me being a felon.
Mm-hmm. So you can't have a weapon. How are you going to survive out there without a gun in your possession?
Well, I'm no longer in that environment, so I don't believe I need a weapon.
Well, I mean, you're going to New Haven.
Right. But I don't stay where I used to stay anymore.
So you chose to stay in an environment where you would need to carry a gun to feel safe?
At the time, yes. I had no choice but to stay in that environment, or I wouldn't have nowhere to live.
Wow. I mean, if I had to make a choice between breaking the law and coming back to prison or moving, I think I would make my way out of that situation. I mean, I think there's always a choice is what I'm saying here.
Okay.
You just made poor choices.
Right.
You were selling drugs,
Mhm.
right? So
Yes.
where was the money that you were making selling drugs going?
I had to pay for a lawyer.
Oh, that was after, right, okay. That was after you had already been arrested
Yeah.
for the weapon conviction. So it's a vicious cycle.
Right.
It's like self-sabotage.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that you don't really have the tools and the plan in place to avoid coming back here, sir. You know, I read somewhere that to fight urges to use drugs, you would smoke cigarettes. I don't think
Right.
that's a very good relapse prevention plan, sir.
Well, for this time that I've been in here, I completed a whole substance abuse program, and I believe I have the tools to stay away from substance abuse.
Okay, what is your relapse prevention plan for the community?
Well, stay away from certain people, stay out of the environment I was in, and just work and stay with my children.
Okay. Have you ever had a sponsor? You ever hear of CCAR, meetings, anything like that?
No, I never had that. I had like what was it called? Catholic Charities I attended. I wasn't
Right.
able to complete it, but the completion of the Tier 2 program here was very helpful.
Right, but that's not enough. That's a start. That's not the end goal here. You need all the help you can get, and you should really be willing to take that.
I am.
You were out 9 months this last time,
Mhm.
and you were on probation. Why weren't you asking probation for help?
Well, they didn't say they couldn't give me any help at all.
They told you they
me
couldn't
that
help you.
Yeah, they told me all they could do was provide the programs for me to attend.
Okay. Did you go to the programs?
Yes.
That didn't help you. Are you working
No.
now in the facility?
No, I'm on the waiting list actually.
Okay, so what are you doing? Are you doing voices?
Yes.
What else?
I'm in the fatherhood program. It's called CLIck.
We know what CLIck is, yep.
Mhm.
With which child are you participating in that with?
With both of my children.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. And your plan is to be with your girlfriend / co-defendant?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I'm just giving you a heads up. There might be a restriction on that. You know, she was involved in one of your cases. She was
Well,
arrested.
her charges was dropped because she had no knowledge of what was going on.
She didn't know she was in a stolen car.
No, I didn't know at the time either. So once my
Where
lawyer,
where did she think the car came from?
she didn't know.
I mean, she's your girlfriend, and
Yes,
she
I
just
told her-
assumed you went out and bought a new car without her knowledge?
No. I told her friend let me use it.
Ugh. All right, Mr. Currie, you're not really giving me much to go with here. I'm concerned. You have 2 tickets for Pruno. Why?
Mm-hmm. Well, at the time, I needed to make money for food. I needed food to eat.
Okay, so you didn't have a choice. You had to make Pruno and sell it in the facility.
Yes.
Wow. All right. I think I'm done with my questions. Mr. Cizauskas?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So one of the things that we have to do to try to determine your suitability is assess the offender change. Like, how have you changed since you've been incarcerated to see if you're suitable to be in the community now? So one of the things that my colleagues started to talk about a little bit, and that concerns me, is that you said that you were selling drugs to make money for your lawyer. And so, you're kind of taking advantage of people that have drug addiction for your own benefit to pay for your lawyer. And then you're incarcerated, and although you go through programs, you're doing the same behavior. You're making and selling Pruno to people that are that are in recovery in the facility. So that's not a sign of change to me. That's a sign of you doing the same thing that you were doing when you were out before. So can you just help me understand how you've changed since you've been incarcerated, sir? Because I'm not seeing it right now.
Okay, well, when I first was incarcerated was when I needed to get food, and that's when I sold Pruno. I recently got into the programs and recently have been educated on substance abuse.
Okay. So, and you think that, so your tier program was after the time that you were selling the Pruno, and
Yes.
you're stating that since then you have now you understand and you're making changes to better yourself.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, do you understand that there are people struggling just like you in the facility, right? And maybe their addiction is alcohol, maybe that's not yours, whatever. And you're feeding that addiction. Those people are going to come up for these hearings and they're going to have violations because you gave them Pruno. You know, it's not good. You know what I mean?
I understand that now, sir.
All right. I'm also concerned, you mentioned that Amber is one of your supports and it's being your co-defendant. That's not a usual route that people take. I know my colleague mentioned that, but you need to start thinking about how you're going to handle your release plan if she's not involved with it, because that could be a situation, at least in the beginning.
Okay.
Because there is some information that she was at least involved in the beginning of this with the vehicle situation. Okay. Let me just make sure there's nothing else I wanted to talk about that hasn't come up already. I think that's it, Madam Chair. Those are all the things that I wanted to reach out about. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Palmieri?
So I just want to follow up on something. So, Mr. Currie, you were on probation for 9 months. Is that when you were going to Catholic Charities?
Yes.
Okay. And you said probation can help you. What is it that you wanted them to help you with?
Well, I needed them to provide me with help with transportation. They didn't want to give me the bus cards. And I asked them.
Why didn't they want to give you the bus cards?
I don't know, miss. They told me that wasn't what they did. They told me I should go to join a program called CT Works for that.
Okay. Did you?
Yes. And that's when I started my GED. Started going in for my GED in order to get the bus cards.
Okay, so you got bus cards from, I forgot, what did you say?
CT Works.
CT Works. And what else did you need?
You said what else did I need?
Yes, you were going to Catholic Family Charities. You were going to CT Works, working on your GED. You had bus passes. So what was the problem?
I needed employment. And they told me that they really couldn't provide that. All they could do was recommend me to go to a what are they called? What is the agency? A temp agency.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
You had bus passes. You go to the temp agency. How about CT Works? So I'm sure are they an agency that helps with employment?
Well, no, they help with like clothing, housing, things of that nature.
So you did have a lot of support in the community, right? So
after I joined that program, I had the support.
Right. Well, probation's job is to provide you with resources, not necessarily just they don't necessarily have things to just give you, but they can send you to the programs that long-term help you in the community. Because, you're not always going to be on probation, not always going to be on parole. So you need to know where to go in the community to get help.
Okay.
And you needed money for a lawyer. The court wasn't going to provide you with an attorney?
It was a public defender. And the crimes that I was facing, I felt like I needed a better attorney at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Currie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, give us some time to discuss your case. We're going to deliberate and we'll come back to you with our decision, okay? You can listen to our deliberation. Okay, Currie. So he's taken tier 2. He's in voices now and the click program not working, not involved in any other addiction services stuff. We have a variety of crimes here, and concerning disciplinary reports, we heard the explanations, which are also very concerning. I really don't hear the change. I don't see the work. I'm just concerned. If they, he's had 10 community release opportunities, failed 8 of them, and sounds like he blames everyone else for the issues that he's having, like probation or whatever. Lack of employment. I'm just not there yet. I don't see enough mitigating information here to feel comfortable granting parole release. Mr. Cizauskas?
Yeah, I agree that these disciplinary reports, very similar behavior as to what he was doing while he was out, are very concerning. And the last one, as far as selling Pruno, which is, he has his excuses for doing it, reasons, was in November of 2023. It hasn't even been a year since then yet. And seems to try to justify and minimize his crimes and these disciplinary reports. So I am also not seeing the level of change that would make me comfortable to grant him parole today.
Thank you. Ms. Palmieri?
I agree. It's still that criminal thinking, it's not willing to try and figure out how to make things work for him without resorting to poor decision making.
Right.
It's not, we're almost not willing to help himself.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
It's 2 stolen cars, a TV, a fatal appear, a gun.
Yeah.
And then while he's waiting for those sentences, he picks up more charges for selling drugs, claiming that he needs to make money to pay the lawyer when he could have had a public defender and not,
Yeah. All right. Reasons I say nature and circumstance, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Anything different?
Again, probation attendance.
Well, I mean, yeah, he was, but we could probably pick all of them. We should try to pick the most relevant. All right. In the matter of Hajee Currie, MA number 355168, move to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of your offenses, your poor institutional adjustment tickets, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You do have 5 years of probation, so we would encourage you to please take advantage of that time and try to help yourself. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
This concludes the hearing for Hajee Currie, 355168.
Okay, who's in there?
Have everybody up, Darian, or you just
Yep, we get-
okay,
Everybody's up.
everybody's up? Okay, so can I please get, Mr. Brown?
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, everybody.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Brown. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Robert Cizauskas.
Good morning, everybody. Thank y'all
Please
for
state your
having
name.
me.
Please state
My
your
name-
name and inmate. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Denzel Brown, 426737.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Denzel Brown, 426737. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed, suspended after serving 30 months, followed by 5 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, carrying a pistol without a permit, and possession with intent to sell or dispense a narcotic. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 13, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he's currently participating in Tier 2 with an anticipated completion date of November 29, 2024, and he's also enrolled in college. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Brown, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank y'all for this opportunity. Thank y'all for this opportunity. I take all responsibility of my actions and the reason I am here. I feel like I should be granted parole cause the way when I first came in, I really didn't know no better, and I was making bad choices, bad decisions. And when I came here, I started to realize everything that I did in the past. Everything I did in the past, I messed up, and I was hurting. I wasn't just hurting myself, but I was hurting my family. I was hurting my family, my daughter, and everybody that cared for me, my whole support system, even the community. And right now I am in Tier 2. I'm in Tier 2, learning about taking off the mask and the mask that we do live in, and that the mask that we live in, that it's okay to take it off as men, because as men we don't know how to really express, and we grow up to know like we got to keep stuff in and we got to like do stuff on our own, but it's really not about that. It's about learning how to seek help when we need it, and when help is provided to us, don't just deny it, and to stay positive. And right now I am in college trying to do positive things and trying to get my financial accounting degree and my global business degree, so I could do more with myself and not just keep on doing all the negative and keep on going back to the past, trying to move forward with my life and trying to have a new beginning. I know.
All right, Mr. Brown. Oh, go ahead.
I know I can't fix or change what I did in the past, but like for future reference, I'm trying to like be a better man and do better.
Yep. All right. We're going to ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Did you know you were coming here today?
Yes.
Did you think about writing a statement, writing some things down?
Yeah, I actually got it in my pocket, but I decided to like try to go from the heart and try to just go off top.
Got it. You seem a little nervous though. Are you nervous?
Yeah, I've been waiting I've been up all day waiting, so yeah.
Yeah. All right. We'll start with my colleague, Mr. Cizauskas.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
Yeah, so we've read through your case and all of the documents related to that. So happy to hear your opening statement and some of the things that you said about change and what you're working on and what you want to be in the future. So those are all good things, and that was a good start to express those ideas that you're having and that you're in the process of getting to where you want to go. So I just have some questions about the incident, and I have to like kind of rectify some of the things that you've said in the interview with the parole officer. So I'm going to go through that. In the interview, you said that you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and You did not have a gun. That's what you said in the interview. In the police report, though, it's very different. It's a very different story. Okay, so they said that they saw it in your waistband and it fell out. These are, it was a task force of all different law enforcement people. You probably saw them there that day. Do you remember that incident?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. You were with a group of people, but they're clear, and I read the report, that you had the gun in your waistband and it fell out when they took you off the ground, and that there were drugs in your pockets. Can you talk about what happened that day?
That day, when I was outside the building, everybody was basically going to the building, and I was actually nervous when I did the interview with Miss Logan.
Okay.
But the gun was on my waistband, but it did not fall. They told us to get down, and when I got down, I hit the ground. They came directly to me, and he took it off my waistband. It didn't fall or nothing.
Okay,
So,
well, that story sounds much more like what the police report sounds like. They were concerned when they saw you with a group of people that you were looking around, and it made them uncomfortable, and they were concerned that out of all the people there, that you might have been the person that they had to address first. So that it does match the police report what you're stating. So the gun was in your waistband. They were really concerned. They came straight to you first after they put everyone on the ground.
yeah, they thought I was involved. They thought I was involved in something I wasn't. But everything else everything else I had on me, it was on me. They thought I was involved in something I wasn't. And
So the drugs were your. Go ahead.
Yes, the drugs was mine. The gun was mine. But they snatched me up because they thought I was involved in the shooting.
I understand that. I read through that, and I read how they came about, to you, because there was something that happened in the neighborhood, and they started swarming and trying to figure out what was going on. And
Yes.
You got caught up in this. I get that, but you did have the gun. Why did you have the gun and the drugs?
I choose to have it. I choose to have it. And the neighborhood that I did live in, it was a bad neighborhood, and I needed to protect myself at all times when I was around there. So I didn't really know who to trust or where to go. So I kept it on because it was for my safety and for my safe being.
But you have no training in firearms. You have no pistol permit. You can understand how that could make it less safe in your community, right? Someone carrying a gun that isn't authorized to do so, and also you've had no training with that. Any kind of situation could have occurred and something bad could have happened, Now, could you not find a job? Like, what was the situation? You were selling drugs on the street with a gun, and why were you not working,
I was trying to look for a job, but certain jobs that was easy to get, like Amazon, UPS, and like FedEx, and like other certain warehouse jobs, they wasn't accepting me because of my background. But when I had got arrested and I had came off on bond, I started to look for more jobs still. I gave up at that time, but then I started over. And I started to move on, and I actually ended up getting a job from Splash. That went from Splash to Party City. No, I went to Splash. Then I went to Splash to Lake Quasi Lake Quasi. Then I went to Lake Quasi to Party City, and Party City to Restaurant Depot. So I actually had 4 or 5 jobs when I was out on bond, and it motivated me to keep going. And I have separated myself from the crowd that I chose to be at, and I separated myself from everything that was getting me in trouble since then. So I was trying to better myself before I came here, and then when I came here, I was actually doing more better than what I was from before.
Okay, how long was it between? Just guess. How long was it between the time you were out on bond before you were incarcerated?
3 years.
You were out for 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I got sorry. I got arrested in 2020. I came out 2 weeks after, and I was out ever since. And they called me while I was working around December 2023, and they told me that they had a final offer for me, and I told them I'll take it.
Okay. And so you didn't pick up any new cases in that 3 years you were out?
No, sir.
Okay. I know finding a job is not going to be easy for you, but as you can see, you were able to manage that. You're going to have to do extra work probably to find those positions, but it's not impossible. And you mentioned giving up on that. There's no reason to. There are other people that we see here that are able to find work. It's definitely going to be harder for you, and you're going to, those are the consequences, unfortunately, of what happened. But you can find work. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's something else that's concerning about a lot of some of the things you told the parole officer, and I don't know, someone told you to say this or whatever. You seem to be very honest with me today, and clearing up some of these things. And, you told them during an interview that you're using heroin, and that at the time of your arrest, and, a crackhead told you about heroin, but you had crack and heroin packets for sale. So, was it in your pocket for sale, or are you still contending that you were using heroin at that time? What it says by injection, that's what it says on the paperwork.
It was in my pocket for sale. It was.
All right, so you have not had a heroin addiction. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, because there are different services that a person that has an opiate addiction that you might need. You know what I'm saying? It's a very serious problem that people have. Which, you were selling that to people, and that doesn't help. Poisoning the community. But sometimes people come in front of us, and then someone tells them, "Oh, just tell them that you're a drug addict, whatever." And I'm not getting that sense from you, but I want you to be honest. You know what I mean? And just tell us if that's an issue for you. Then we need to know. So we can make sure you have the right resources. But so you're saying today that you were not a heroin addict.
No, sir. I'm not. I realized how it was impacting my community too. So that I am sorry for having the gun on me and having drugs on me while I was going through what I was going through in 2020. I take full responsibility of everything that I did and was doing, and I just want to change. Want to have a better future, be a better man.
Those are the right things, sir, that you need to be really thinking about. Regardless of what happens today, you just need to be positive and keep thinking those things and saying those things, going to programs and all of that. You sound like you're on the right path. I have a note here that you were on parole when you were arrested. You at the end of your parole?
TS, yeah.
I was on TS.
Okay. And you've had trouble completing community supervision in the past. So what's your plan like when you get out to be able to abide by all those rules and, complete successfully without being violated again and coming back in? Do you have a plan for that?
Yes, I do. I'm gonna get my job back, because my job told me they were waiting for me to get back to them. Just let them know if I needed anything from them. And when I get out, to go straight there. I'm gonna do community service. I'm gonna go back to my AIC group that I was in, and I'm gonna pursue my college. I'm gonna pursue going to college and staying out the way and staying with my family and with my support system.
Okay, so I heard earlier too, you mentioned college just a couple of times. Are you taking classes right now?
Yes, sir. I can't hear you.
What college classes are you taking?
Right now, I'm going there for financial accounting and global businesses, but I'm starting at they started me at English 1010 and math.
Okay. So yeah, those are the prerequisites. You're going to have to take those basic classes before they start putting you in those advanced classes where you want to learn about financial accounting. So, and you want to keep doing that when you get out?
Yes, sir.
Have you researched that? Colleges near where you want to be?
Yes, sir. They got a community college in Bridgeport called Houston. They
Okay.
got a couple. They got a community. They got a college in New Haven, and they also got another one. I forgot off the top of my head where, but it's another one in Connecticut that I'm interested in.
Okay. So do you have a tablet and you're able to research those things?
I have a tablet, but those things I cannot research. I'll have to like ask the teachers.
Okay. Okay. I read there was a support letter from your girlfriend, right? She lives in North Carolina.
Yes.
Right. So are you intending to stay in Connecticut or are you planning to move to North Carolina? Can you tell me what that's going to be like when you get out?
Yeah. At the moment, I was going to stay in Connecticut to work for a little bit, but then I was going to get everything transferred to North Carolina, so I could move out there and be with her and my daughter.
All right. I mean, you know, finding a job in North Carolina may be different than finding a job here, you know, so you're going to have to think about that before you decide to do something like that, and make sure that there's some kind of stable situation for you there, so you don't slip back into the behaviors from before, you know. Do you know the town that she lives in? Are you familiar with that area? Have you been there before?
Yeah, I've been there once or twice. It's called Greenboro. It's a nice little town. Quiet.
Okay, good. There are drugs everywhere, though. You know that, right? So
Yes, sir.
you could find trouble anywhere, you know. You know, I read a couple of times too that you wanted to seek treatment for anger issues when you get out. I didn't see that anger management on your OAP. You haven't taken anger management there, right?
No, it's not on my OAP.
Why do you feel like you need to take anger program when you get out?
Because as I was young, I used to have a temper, but me growing up, when I was on probation, they used to put me on certain groups, and they used to tell me how to like go about certain things or like do things a certain way, or like ways to like control myself and way to like basically better myself and do what I gotta do to stay positive and not be mad at the world or mad at myself. I used to have like trouble understanding a lot.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'm glad you're able to identify you know, the issues and the concerns that you have, and you know what I mean. Now you're working toward addressing all those things, and I appreciate your honesty today, clarifying some of those things that I read in the interview with the Paroles didn't make sense to me. So I was glad we were able to get to the bottom of those. Those are all the questions I have for you. I'm going to pass that to my colleagues. Thank you for answering my questions, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay. So, Mr. Brown, you have this new disciplinary ticket from October. What, October 15th, it's a couple of weeks ago, last week.
Yes.
What was up with that?
It was a misunderstanding from the informant they had gave me. They gave me loss of phone, loss of rec, and loss of commissary, and I didn't really know when my time had started with the loss of phone, loss of rec, with the loss of phone. So I hopped on the phone before I had signed the ticket because they ain't give it to me yet. They ain't informed me that I had a ticket at the time. So when I went on the phone, they basically wrote me a ticket afterwards for being on the phone. I had called an informal for grabbing something from somebody's cube and hopping out. It was a misunderstanding though, cause I ain't mean to step in it, but like at the moment I stepped in real quick and then like stepped out. And when me and Sia was telling me about it, I was telling him that I ain't stepped in the queue, but I had asked the person out that I had borrowed something from, and he told me like I stepped in his queue. So I accepted the consequence. And when they gave me the ticket, I had accepted it. And they told me that even though I ain't signed for it yet, I wasn't supposed to hop on the phone because my informer basically already had started before I even knew it. So.
Right. All right. What did you learn from all that?
I learned from all that. Like I just gotta be careful with what I do and how I move. And I gotta stay disciplined, and I gotta stay where I reside.
Excellent. Yeah. I'm gonna hone in on you need to stay disciplined, right? You need to follow the rules, whether you're in the facility or in the community. Right, you managed to have that job for over a year at Restaurant Depot. I'm sure there were rules and regulations, what time you had to be there, when you could take lunch, what you could or couldn't do, how you did things there. So it's all about following the rules. Yeah. How do you think you did while you were out on bond?
I did good. I completed my when I was out on bond, I completed my 3 years probation. I did AIC. I completed my 3 year probation. I did AIC. I had more than three jobs. I had more than 3 jobs. I went to all the program that my probation officer wanted me to go to. I did. I was trying to help everybody the best way I could.
That sounds like you were really motivated, making positive things happen for yourself. Why do you think it took getting arrested again to see how important all that was? Or maybe how easy all that was?
I see how much I was hurting my mom, and I basically got tired of it. I was hurting my mom, I was hurting myself, and me not being there for the people I love, it really put an impact on me because I know how tired it is just to be in and out, and how tired it is just to take care of me, and how much money they got put just to make sure I'm good in here, and they shouldn't have to go through that.
Girlfriend's a single parent. You have no contact with your daughter. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brown, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Brown, who shot Damien?
I'm not sure. I wasn't there at that crime scene.
Do you know why they shot him?
No.
So listen, Mr. Brown, you're still young. We happen to know from research and science that your brain is still developing. You have a long way to go. You still have a lot of maturing to do, and you're going to need help. But the only advice I can offer you is keep doing programs and keep educating yourself, because that's the way to your future.
Thank you.
Give us a few minutes to talk about your case, and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision. Mr. Cizauskas, did we start with you?
Yes.
Mr. Cizauskas, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I was surprised based on what I read.
Yeah.
And when he started to speak and was coming clean and able to clarify some of the statements that he made to the parole officer. And I do see some change beginning. He's still in some programs now.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised at his age, at the level of maturity that we hear from him, that we don't hear from people that are much older than him.
Yeah.
So I think he's headed in the right direction, and it's a work in progress. And I don't think he's ready yet because he's still in tier 2.
He's not eligible for April
of 2026. And, he does not have anger management listed on any of his on his OAP, but he's expressing a need for that, and willingness to participate in that program. So, I'd be willing to hear him again later, and let him continue to work on these things based on the things that he said today. So that's where I'm at.
Ms. Palmieri?
So I agree with everything my colleague said. I do think that Mr. Brown could probably finish tier 2 prior to his parole eligibility date.
Mhm.
And he sounds like he's very motivated and he can do that. I feel I get a better sense of his motivation based on how he did out on bond.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like he really kind of had a light bulb go off.
Mm-hmm.
He had done pretty well, except for recently he had disciplinary report since he's been in, but I wanted him to be able to articulate what he learned from that, and I thought he did. And I agree that he sounds mature. Why would he get to this expression for it?
Yeah, my guess is a lot of this had to do with being 18 years old and hanging out with the wrong. I mean, look at the list of co-defendants. Hanging out in the streets when he should have been going to school, right? And he did have a job, but after the fact, I think he has matured. If this isn't a lesson and a wake-up call, then I don't know what is, because, this is his longest incarceration. So, I think he could probably benefit from some more programming in the community. He will finish tier 2 prior to his eligibility date in April, and hopefully get a little further with schooling, but he'd have to continue with his schooling on the outside anyway. So I would be in favor of voting him to parole as well.
And if you're both confident that he can complete tier 2 before this, I would also.
Yeah, he's done next month.
Okay, so I mean, given the time between now and his eligibility date, I would also support that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cizauskas, what do we have for condition?
I have a halfway house if needed.
He's going to his mom, isn't he? Did we talk to his mom?
Well, I haven't confirmed.
I think it is confirmed.
So that he can go with his mom.
Yes. Okay.
And the only other thing, that I have on here is anger management, because he's expressing a need for that area.
I think he could get that on his own. I don't know that I would stip it, because then if he misses a class or whatever, it could be used against him. But I have a list of co-defendants here, and I do have a general no contact with DM.
Yes.
I had to say. All right. Okay, in the matter of Denzel Brown, inmate number 426737, I'll move to grant parole effective April 13th, 2025, with the following additional conditions. You're to have no contact with initial DM. He's the victim of the shooting. That's a general no contact, because he was not charged with the crime. No contact with your co-defendants, Yusuf, Mohammed, Sean File, Darius Jackson, Steve Banham, or Clarence St. Fleur. I might have messed up some names. You know who all those people are?
Yes,
Stay away from them. All right. Okay. Did I miss anything? Anything else? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, thank y'all for this opportunity.
All right, keep
I'm
working on
grateful.
yourself, okay? Keep working on yourself. It's gonna be hard
Thank-
work. We want you to be successful. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all.
This concludes the parole hearing for Denzel Brown, 426737. You'll get all your paperwork next week, Mr. Brown. You're all set.
All right, thank you.
I believe this is, can you mute us for a second?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Say Graham, please.
Who is it? I'm sorry.
Graham,
Graham, okay.
thank you.
You back the seat up against the wall there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Graham.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2025. I'm sorry. October 25th, 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Robert Cizauskas.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
James Graham, 231350.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for James Graham, 231350. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts of assault second with a weapon without discharge, failure to appear first, and criminal possession of a pistol and or revolver. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the VOICES program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Graham, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I believe I should be granted parole because it's time, and I've lost a lot since I've been incarcerated. I have a 19-year-old daughter that I missed her graduation, her prom. I missed her getting her first car. She done had her first accident. I wasn't there for her. And she's in college and she need me. I have other family that needs me out there, that misses me. I have a business that I need to get back to start running. And by me being home would be the beginning of the season, and that's my livelihood. And the only way that I can, make something and build something and pay my bills and child support and mortgage. And plus I've been incarcerated already for 3 years, and I've completed the VOICES program. I learned a lot from it. And at some point in your life, you just gotta realize when enough is enough. And you like I said before, I lost a lot, and I'm not the only one suffering behind this. Like, I have my children, they're older now, and they're suffering. Like, and by me not being there with them, I realized that's it hurts now, because they voiceful, they get to voice my absence out their life.
All right, Mr. Graham, thank you for your statement. We have questions for you, sir. When we're done, we'll deliberate amongst ourselves and give you our decision. Okay? We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Palmieri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Graham, I listened to your opening statement, and I don't disagree that, you've been incarcerated a long time. With that comes, losses, not being there for your children, not being able to run your business. So I hear all that. What I did not hear was any type of reflection about the charges, the harm to the victim, how you have changed from any of, since you've been incarcerated? I mean, you took the Voices program. That's the only program you've completed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, from the Voices program, we would hope that you would be able to come to the hearing today and express some empathy for the victim, some empathy for the situations that you were in. So that is something we did not hear. You have two counts. I'll put it all out there and then you can sort of fill in. You have a failure to appear. They pick you up in Georgia for that?
Yes.
Okay. You have a gun, there's the assault too, the harm to the victim, there's evidence that the victim was harmed, even though you seem to deny some of the circumstances. So why don't you start by maybe telling us a little bit more, how you became involved with these charges, or how you think you've changed as a result of being incarcerated, rather than just the fact that you seem to have lost a lot, because, I think that's just typical.
I understand. I would just answer the question you asked me, why do I think that I should have parole? And that was the reason why I feel like I should have parole. But I take full responsibility of my part in the crimes that I pleaded guilty to. I take full responsibility for that. Like, I pleaded guilty to it. I'm not trying to have another day in court. I had my day in court and I pleaded guilty and I accept responsibility for that. And I wish my ex-wife the best. Like, I haven't seen her since. I haven't seen her since. I wish her the best of life. And we have a now 11-year-old daughter together, and I had a great relationship with my youngest daughter. Like, we had a real, it's like I said, it's not just affecting me, it's affecting my family as well. Like my youngest daughter was like my best friend. Like, my girls is like they daddy's girls, and I their mother, like, I regret being in the situation that we was in. I regret every bit of, if I could take it back, I would. I put myself in that predicament, and if I can take it back, I would. But it was a relationship. It didn't work. I wish her the best. I hope she have I wish no harm on her, no bad on her, nothing. But it didn't work out. I'm in a better place. I'm not saying that I'm glad I'm in jail, but it helped me. It helped me a lot because I get to think about everything that happened, and I can identify a bad relationship. Like, as I told Ms. Logan, from the Voices program, I got out the Voices program, how to identify a bad relationship. I identified things that was abusive that I didn't even know that was abuse. And I understand that, like, it was abuse that was being done to me, as well as me I was doing abuse that I didn't even realize it without the program. So I realized certain abuse now. It helped me to have a better relationship for my future. And yeah, this was a big one right here. There's a lot of losses, and there's a lot of regrets, and it's a lot of remorse from me being here, and from even being where I don't want nothing bad to happen to my ex-wife. I ain't want to harm her or hurt her. And
So do you take responsibility for the violence?
yes, I pleaded guilty. I took responsibility when I said,
Yes.
I took responsibility when I pleaded guilty.
Okay, you did plead guilty, and you're right. We are not going to retry the case, but part of what is about today is determining your suitability. Do you want parole and why do you think? Yes, but are you suitable to be back in the community prior to the end of your sentence? So we look for what we need to hear and see, or have evidence of, is that you've changed, that you see things differently, that you can conduct yourself differently. And I've heard you say a few times now, I pled, I was sentenced, but when I read through your interview with the parole officer, you still deny a lot of the facts of the case. You deny throwing bleach on the victim when there's evidence from the hospital that did occur.
I mean, because I told Miss Logan the story of what happened with the incident, and I told her my part in that, and I take the full responsibility for that because I could have just walked away from the situation, and it would have never happened. So I'm the cause of the situation. I'm the cause of it. So I take responsibility for it. Like I told me, I explained that to her. Like I take responsibility for it because I could have walked away from the situation. Situation could have been avoided. It could not happen. It's basically was totally my fault because I put myself in the situation. I could have walked away from the situation.
Why do you think you didn't walk away?
That's a good question. I have no idea. Looking back at it, I have no idea why I didn't walk away. And I could have just said, just walked away, but I didn't. But I'm paying for it now. I wish I would have now. I wish I would have now. I'm paying for it now. I wish I would have now. I wish it would have never happened for many reasons because of what happened to her and the outcome. And it destroyed our family. It destroyed our family. It destroyed my kids. It scarred my kids.
And but I guess what we need to be able to see is that you can recognize why you didn't walk away and how you'll be able to manage a difficult situation, an argument, a relationship that is not working out in the future, so it doesn't result in violence. So if at this stage of the game, if you can't identify, what those feelings you have or emotions that kept you there when you should have left or not been there in the first place, that to me is somebody that needs to do a little bit more work. Not to say you won't be ready to be in the community, not to say you won't be successful, but, for your own good and the good of any other relationships that you're in, those are things that you need to be able to look at.
Yeah, like I said, the Voices program made me identify like a lot of that, like a lot of things that were abuse that, like I said, were abuse that I didn't even realize that were abuse, like mentally and like things like that. So I understand. What I should have did in that situation was just walked away and shouldn't try to comment or whatever I tried to do to diffuse it, which made it worse.
Were you under the influence of any substances when this was all occurring?
At that time, no. No, it was just with me and her, it was, I don't know, it was like good and bad. I can't, it was like just good and bad. Like one, communication is the key in everything. And like our communication was horrible. And I can say I have that in my relationship now. I have communication. Gotta go through.
So you're in a new relationship now, right, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you have that now. How do you see yourself better communicating? Because you were not in this relationship prior to your incarceration.
Yes, I was.
You were.
I was. I've been in this relationship for a long time.
What's a long time?
I mean, well, I've been in this relationship for years now, but prior to my incarceration, I was in this relationship.
Okay. So how do you feel you communicate better? What makes this relationship more successful?
It's just so best. It's so like the feeling is just so much better. Like it's way better communication. It's more talking, more communicating. Like it's no friction. It's just wonderful. Like what I realize in life is you gotta live and you gotta go through stuff to get where you're gonna go. Even like a person that's on drugs, they gotta get to their lowest point before they realize that enough is enough. It's nothing nobody can tell them or make them do. And like I think I went through so much and I lived through so much and I've seen so much that I understand a lot better now. And I thank God for, don't get the wrong understanding of this, but my bad relationships, because if I didn't go through bad relationships, I would never appreciate and realize my good ones or what I've done wrong or what I like. I wouldn't understand the things that I've done wrong to make things better. If that make any sense.
I hear what you're saying, that you have this new relationship and because of what you've gone through in the past, you're better able to have this positive relationship because you've learned from what wasn't working in other relationships. Basically, and now you're in jail, you have this timeout of things and able to reflect.
And it made, not saying that I'm happy to be in jail, because I'm not, no one's happy to be in jail, but I got to take the good that I got out of this. And it's not only made my relationship with the relationship that I'm in now, but it made my relationship better with my oldest. Not saying me and my kids always had a good relationship, but this made us have a great relationship, better, way better. Because I can really identify and see how much that she really needs me, because she was younger then, and you know, kids when they're young, they need you. You dad, you know what I'm saying, they're your kids, but when they get older, now I see how much she really needs me, like the little things, like her problems when she go through with her mom, like little mom, mom and daughter got not serious problems, but to her it'd be, dad, mom, she don't understand this, and I can talk to her and get her to understand her mom better, and like let her know that her mom don't mean nothing about it, and talk to her about certain things, and it just killed me because I didn't teach her how to drive. Her mother, whoever taught her how to drive, how to teach her how to drive, and she expressed the thing like she wished I was there. Like,
okay, I don't want to kind of get off what we're here today to figure out. Okay, and I think we all want you to have relationships with your children. I think that's important, but we do need to address the risk that you could have being back in the community, the risk to the victims. You're charged with assault second, then you have a failure to appear where they picked you up. There's a firearms charge. So you have a lot going on here that we are, concerned about, and you have not really shown through programming a real level of change. And I think your opening statement, was somewhat reflected of that. You have not taken a domestic violence program or an addiction services program. And you had a driving under the influence charge that you were on probation for. Was that alcohol or drugs?
It was alcohol.
Alcohol, right. Do you consider yourself to have a problem with alcohol?
Like I told Miss Logan, that was no. I've done one. That was one incident that happened, but I took a program for that.
Okay.
I completed a program, outside program for that. I've done a program for that, a loan program for that. And I think I did 2 programs for that. I did the one that the court wanted me to do, and then I did the one that I did for the probation. I did a program for that.
Okay.
I did a program for that.
That's definitely a positive piece to everything. I just am trying to get from you, if there's any underlying substance abuse issues, because you do have addiction services also is one of your programs. You have a protective order in place until 2083.
Yes, I had the addiction service program, but that was a referral. So you can't, it's like they got other people that's lined up that need the program. So they won't just let me in the program. Just like the domestic violence program, been trying to get in that since last year. I've been trying to get in there, and now I'm about to get I'm in the next class. So the tier 2 class, they're not gonna let me in that class because it's people that it's not a referral, it's fun. They have to actually do the class. So they're not gonna put me before them.
Yeah, no, and we understand how it works. We understand that there's a waiting list, and the closer you get to the end of your release date is how you move up on the list. We all understand that. But I think for us today, it would be important for you to have completed the domestic violence program. Your parole eligibility date is not till 2025, April 2025. Your discharge date, full discharge date is not till September 2025. So there's still plenty of time to do the domestic violence program. Had you ever done a domestic violence program in the community?
No.
No? Okay.
But I think I would have to do it on probation. I probably would have to do it.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to do it regardless. But I'm in the next class though, so I will have that done before any time. And I know that I'm doing 85%, and I know that it's a big decision for you guys to make. And I know that to me it's a big deal too. It's like you're probably thinking, well, it's only a few months, but to me, like I told you, it's big for me because I work in landscape, and April will be the beginning of the season, and that'll be time for me to get myself up for the winter so I can be able to not be out there struggling and trying. And I had employees, so it's not just helping me, it's helping employees as well. And it means a lot to me. You might think it's just a couple months, but it means a lot to me. It's like it's like you're giving me years right now. And
well, Mr. Grimm, I want to stop. I want to just say that we do recognize that being released back so you can work your business, be there for your children is very important. As I said to you earlier, we have a lot of factors to consider: suitability, public safety, offender change. And I think that for me, I would need to see you do the domestic violence program at the facility prior to considering any type of release. And yes, you will need to do a domestic violence program in the community as well, whether it's on parole or probation. So we do know that you're anxious and want to get back to work and your business, but there's other factors to consider as well. And I don't know if you heard me say earlier, you do have a protective order in place until 2083.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's another thing. Like I told Ms. Logan, it's sad, but my youngest daughter, I might not be able to see her until she turned 18 because I'm not trying to violate an order by speaking with her on a cell phone or something that's in her mother name and her mother get mad. Or I just don't want to, it's sad, it's just painful. It's a bad situation.
It is very unfortunate that this is where you're at. I agree. And I think to look at things in a positive way, it's good that you're thinking through everything. So you don't find yourself, having violated a protective order.
Yeah.
Right? Because that is another issue altogether. You do not have any disciplinary reports, which I think is a good thing as well for you today. But you have struggled on community supervision. You have not had very many successful attempts. You've had 11 opportunities and only been successful once. So that is also something we must consider today. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Graham. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Graham, I don't have any questions for you, but I am going to suggest that you can't possibly be honest with us if you're not honest with yourself. There's some denial going on here. And please don't interrupt. These are statements. You've assaulted 2 different people with weapons. You have a criminal history that goes back 30 years that involves another gun possession. You're violent. You've been offered community release 11 times, failed 10 times, and you haven't taken the programs or taken full responsibility, despite saying so multiple times, for your crimes. There's just not enough mitigating information here for us to, I understand you want to go home, and 4.5 months is a lot of time. I wouldn't want to spend a day, never mind 4.5 months incarcerated, but you just haven't done the work to get there. And for me, you're a risk to the community. So I couldn't possibly support granting you to parole today, even outside of the program. We understand why you can't get into the program. There are a lot of other issues here. So I hope you'll get the help and you can do the work that you need while you're on probation. Mr. Cizauskas.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Give us a few minutes to discuss your case and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision. Ms. Palmieri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do think that we all seem to be in the same place with Mr. Graham. He has a very long criminal history. Scores high for risk to recidivate. The charges himself are concerning. Assault seconds, he's got an assaultive history. He has not done the programming that we would hope he would do in order to be suitable for release. So I do not have him voted to parole today.
Thank you. Mr. Cizauskas.
Yeah, I agree. And I just pointed out, I know there was a lot of talk of the one victim. There is a second victim in here.
Right.
Someone that was his friend. And so unrelated to the first person, but it's the same behavior.
Right.
And it's all years after the initial incident.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with both of you, but I'm not feeling granted parole today.
He's on probation.
Yeah. In the matter of James Graham, inmate number 231350, I move to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of your offenses, inadequate program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do you want to add anything? I mean,
that's fine.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. We wish you the best, sir. Good luck to you.
This concludes the parole hearing for James Graham, 231350.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah, and when we come back, can I get Richardson, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
So. How you doing? I'm fine. I just need to see your driving, please. Yeah, you're all set. Thank you. I'll have them up as soon as I can. Okay. So, hi, how you doing? Good, how are you? Good, thanks. That's okay. I'm here every week, so I don't need your ID. Okay. No, that's fine. We're here every week. I'll have them down as soon as I can. Thank you.
You can pull up the log. You eat a pizza.
Yeah.
Everything went good all day.
Mr. Richardson will be with you shortly. Give us a few more minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Pero mira, para algo.
Right now.
I'm gonna play that poetry from Doug. Yeah.
Mr. Richardson, just a few more minutes, please. We're just, all right, don't, just sit tight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richardson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Robert Cizauskas.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Calvin Richardson. My inmate number is 415-730.
This rehear is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Calvin Richardson, 415-730. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, executed, suspended after serving 30 months, followed by 3 years probation for criminal violation of a protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 11, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Tier 2. He works as a janitor and he's participating in the QUIC program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Richardson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you to the board for parole allowing me to be here today. First, I want to offer my secret apology to the individual I offended. I'm truly remorseful in my mind and heart for the trauma I might have affected upon you and your family. My state of mind at the time of the incident was impaired by abuse of alcohol, but I don't use that as an excuse
for my behavior. I just know from taking tier 2 that my actions have questions, and I stand here holding myself fully accountable for what I've done. Sitting here in prison gives a man time to think and reflect on where he went wrong. I realized in that order to deal with my problem, alcoholism isn't the answer. It's only complex my problem. After tier 2 in domestic violence, I've come to realize that priorly verbalizing my frustration in a human in ways goes a lot further, like than allowing myself to get out in a negative manner. DB taught me how to communicate better, but most important, listen a lot better as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Richardson, for that statement. Who helped you write that?
I wrote it myself.
Okay. You did a good job. And we appreciate that. So this is a rehear. Your case was denied back in April. You had already done the domestic violence program, but you've since gone on to complete tier 2, participate in CLIC with your son. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been working as janitor?
Yes.
Are you still doing that now?
Yes, I'm still doing it.
Good. Okay. So I don't want to rehash everything that you talked about in your last hearing, but you've managed to stay disciplinary report free, no troubles there. You've participated in good programming, and now you recognize, right, the error of your ways.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and it sounds like through programming you're better able to take responsibility for your actions, right? Because you can't take responsibility for other people's actions.
No, I can't.
So talk to us about your plans, because you were not working at the time of your offense, and you talked about alcohol use, substance use. Was that a problem for you?
No, it was no problem for me. It just dealing with the bad people at the wrong time.
Okay. All right. What are your plans for work?
I got a couple jobs lined up. I got Splash Car Wash, and I got
working there. Okay.
Yeah, I was working there.
Where else?
And I got what's that? CT Hired, CT Works, one of them.
Okay, what is that, like is that a temp agency? CT Works? What is it?
Yes, they help you find jobs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was doing that before I came in.
Okay. Who are the positive people in your life? Positive supports, keep you, on that path and away from the negative.
My grandmother, my mother, and my sister.
What's your sister do?
She works at a hotel.
Oh, nice. Okay. I noticed you changed your sponsor. What happened with the girlfriend?
Oh, she had moved out.
She moved? Are you still together?
Yeah, we're still together.
You're still together, but you can't live with her now?
She's trying to find an apartment now.
Okay. Well, Mr. Richardson, might I suggest that you focus on yourself for a while anyway?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Focus on me and my son.
Your son, right? Do you talk to your son?
Yeah, I talk to him every day.
Every day. Nice.
Yeah.
So he needs you, right? He needs you to be a good dad
Yeah.
and stay home. What kind of help do you think you need from what kind of help can Parole and probation offer you?
Try to take more programs when I'm out.
What kind of program do you think would benefit you?
I could get into I know I gotta do DV when I'm out there. And I would think AA.
You think you could benefit from AA?
Yeah, I could benefit from that.
Did you turn to alcohol when you were having issues in the community?
No.
Then how could you benefit from AA?
To keep me from not going back to it.
Okay. Well, if you want to stay away from it, that would imply that you might have had a problem with it.
Yeah, I didn't have alcohol wasn't a problem. I just tried to stay
they stay away from me.
Okay. Yeah, all right, well, never a bad idea, right?
Right.
What other goals do you have?
Well, when I get out, I'm trying to go for my license.
Oh, you don't have a driver's license?
No,
Have you ever had one?
no, I never had one.
Why not?
I don't know.
That's a good goal, you know, I mean,
Yeah, I was supposed to go for one, but I had gotten, supposedly my license got suspended before I even had it.
well, suspended before you even had one, because you're not supposed to be driving without a license.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah, you can't drive a car without a driver's license.
no.
Why our insurance costs are so high. All right, so let's talk about, very briefly, your violation of protective order. Where do you stand with that victim today?
I haven't heard from him.
You haven't heard from her?
No,
No contact at all?
no contact.
But do you have a child together?
No,
Okay, then you know there's a protective order in place till 2028,
yes,
so you really can't have contact anyway, right? You just have to put that all behind you and start fresh.
yeah, all that's done.
Good. All right, thank you for speaking with me. Mr. Cizauskas?
Hi, good afternoon. I just have a couple questions. You said a couple of times that alcohol is not a problem for you, but I want you to be careful, sir, because when I read the report, you know, you seemed to show up at her house drunk, you know what I mean? It was at night. So you may not consider it to be a problem, like in a traditional sense, like, you know, go to rehab, whatever. But, you know, maybe these things would not have happened. You know what I mean? If you were not intoxicated and if you were, you know, thinking correctly and realize, you know, recognizing a protective order. So I would be very careful in not minimizing the effect alcohol might have on you, you know, reoffending or violating that protective order again. So just be very cautious, okay?
Okay.
You're kind of minimizing a little bit of the alcohol, and it makes me a little bit concerned. So I just want you to just keep that in mind. You know, people act differently, right, when you're drinking alcohol. And this specific incident about you showing up at her house late at night after you were at the bar drinking all night and then asking her to take you to go get food, and it led to all this stuff. It all started from alcohol, really, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So just be very careful, okay? And then this protective order is still active. So if you thought about what you're going to do, if you're at the train station or you're somewhere and then you see her, have you thought about how you're going to handle that?
Walk away.
Yeah, be very careful about this. I would report it to your parole officer, whoever, and let people know what happened right away before there's an opportunity for something to go sideways, okay? Because are you going to be living in the same town? You're planning to live in the same town where she was last living, as far as you know?
Yeah, it's in Norwich. Yeah.
So you're going to be in Norwich, and you believe she lives in that same town, as far as you know? You haven't talked to her?
As far as I know, I don't know where she stayed at.
All right. So there's a potential for that to happen. You have to be very cautious, okay? Especially when you're talking about using alcohol.
All right.
Okay? Yeah. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cizauskas. I have no problem. All right, give us a few minutes to discuss your case, and we're going to give you our decision shortly, okay? So I think Mr. Richardson is ready to go out there now and complete some programming in the community, right? He got a little over a year left before he starts his probation, so I would vote to grant him paroles to rehear with conditions of no contact with his victim, SL, domestic violence programming in the community. And do we want to send him up?
I do.
Yeah, okay. Anything further?
No.
In the matter of Calvin Richardson, inmate number 415730, I'll move to grant parole effective October 25th, 2024, with the following additional conditions. You're not to have contact with your victim, initials SL. You are not to consume alcoholic beverages while you're on parole, and you'll participate in a domestic violence program in the community. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, sir?
Thank you.
We wish you the best. Keep working on yourself, okay?
All right. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
This is a parole for Calvin Richardson, 415730. You're all set, Mr. Richardson.
All right. Thank you.
Give me this to look at, but that other guy. I'm
Here.
going to deny him, but if you want to add anything else, you can, or you could just
two.
Can I get Thomas?
Stuff about dealing
Thomas?
drugs too, though, in there.
Yes, thank you.
Benefit from that. part.
Yeah.
You good? You think so? Think so? I hope so.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and I state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory and required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccagnini.
Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Robert Cizauskas.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Sean Thomas, 229433.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Sean Thomas, 229433. He is serving a sentence of 7 years flat for possession with intent to sell a narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 10, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Tier 2 and voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Thomas, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'd like to say thank you for giving me a chance to have my case reviewed. I understand parole is a privilege, and would like to get a chance that I have unemployment lined up for when I leave. I'm still in the union. My union dues are paid up. I'm in local 146 out of Norwich, Labor's Union. And I have a wife, 2 daughters, and a sick mom. And, you know, I know parole is a privilege. If I get a chance, I would like to get back and do the right thing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your statement. We have some questions for you, and when we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Cizauskas.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I read over your case and your record, and you've been arrested for selling drugs like several occasions, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So heroin and fentanyl in particular is like an epidemic now in our community. And so it's pretty concerning. You know, and I read all about your construction certifications and that you're in the union and everything. So it seems as though you have opportunity to be able to work legitimately.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, you have more qualifications and certifications and things than some of the people that we see. So there's really not an excuse for you to not be working. At the time this all happened, there was like a liquor store involved, right? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Now, where were you working there? Did you own a liquor store? Whose liquor store is this?
It's a friend of mine's, him and his mother. I was working there to help them out in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then when I closed it down because I couldn't
keep it open and I closed it up. But for the tenants upstairs, I kept a key so they could get in for their heat and stuff, how the building was set up. And I made a mistake by even operating out of the lady's business like that.
Okay, so this was like a family friend's business?
Yes, because me and my wife owned the store next door. Grocery store, we had closed up and sold that a couple years prior.
But you were using this person's business to store your drugs and everything, and the police had figured it all out?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand whose business this was, and did they have to close their business after that? Like, what happened to their liquor license and all that? You know?
I'm not sure. After I got arrested, I haven't had contact with them, and I went back to work.
Did they know what you were doing, those people?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. You've had 10 failed attempts at community release before, like probation, parole, that kind of thing. You know, you haven't done well being released like this before. What's different now? Like, what's going to be different this time? Can you talk about that?
I really understand everything I lost by coming in. You know, I accept responsibility for that. But like, I'm losing a lot by getting in trouble. You know, and I'm getting up there in age, and I know better than even attempted to try that. I shouldn't even try it just then, because like, with a lot of certifications that we take for granted that I'm losing now, that I can't even renew until after I get out to go back to work and everything.
So what you're saying is that you just have a lot riding on being successful, and that you understand that you can't do this again, you know?
Yes.
What is your wife saying about this recurring cycle of arrests and being incarcerated and selling drugs?
She's tired of it. That's why me and her talk now. We're like going to try a marriage group, and I'm going to try to get into therapy. I got a friend that's a therapist. She's going to help me try to find a good therapist and everything.
People are, you know, your wife's, I mean, she's sticking with you, so that's very good. But, you know, sometimes people, they just get tired of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's tired of it. She's tired of me with the nonsense.
I mean, you're lucky at this point, sir, that she's still involved in the situation. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't waste that opportunity, and you really need to, I mean, if something else happens, you got a long sentence on this, right? It was 7 years for drugs. That's a long sentence for a nonviolent crime of felon drugs. And I look through your record, and I keep seeing that the judges are probably looking at what I'm looking at, and they keep getting longer and longer. I mean, if you do this again and go back in front of the judges, they're going to look at all this. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? You know, if you go back to court, yeah, it's not going to be 7 years. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be more.
Longer. It'll be longer. Yeah.
Okay. You completed the Voices program. Can you talk about that? What you learned from Voices?
Yeah, with Voices, I took it when I first got in, and showed a lot, like with the drinking and all the stuff, like people getting hurt drinking and taking responsibility for all your actions and stuff like that. We've seen a lot of good videos they showed in that group.
And they talk about victims and the effect, like your actions, right?
Yes.
Have on other people. So there are a lot of people that were involved in this that you probably affected. The people that were buying the drugs and their families, right? Those people's business, those people's liquor store that you were selling out of, all of these things. There were lots of people and ripple effects and waves of people that were all affected by the decisions that you were making. You understand that?
Yes.
You've taken tier 2, right?
Yes.
And have you done anything else to address? I mean, did you have a substance abuse problem while you were out when this was all occurring?
I had tried Xanax pills, but I think that's like had messed me up because I had got sick like soon after I got arrested, and like my small intestines was ripped open and fluid was leaking down inside my stomach. So And I'm kind of glad I did get arrested because I probably would have died if I didn't get arrested. So I'm kind of glad I did.
And you did they tell you what caused that? You think that was from?
I think it was from the Xanax, yeah, because they couldn't figure it out.
That's a prescription, right? That's a prescription, and the doctor's got to check your medical history and things and make sure that something like that won't happen to you. But you were just taking it.
The fake ones, I think they were.
Could have been anything. Who knows, right?
Yeah, it could have been any. Yes.
Probably fentanyl. I mean, could have been.
Yes.
So, I mean, so when you took the Tier 2 program, did you learn anything about the drug lifestyle and all of what you've been involved with?
Yes. Yeah. Like I took that with here with Rex and I seen a video that really hit me where a guy was in my position coming in and out, in and out, in and out. And when you look back, it's 30 years of in and out of the institution. And it's like, that took a toll on me, that right there. And I was like, I don't want to be at that, like in and out, in and out. So that's why I said I can't do no more. This is it for me.
Can you talk more about how you think you changed since you've been incarcerated until now? Go ahead.
I've been working the whole time I've been in. I had worked in New Haven in medical for the COVID, clean up for COVID. And when I got here to this institution, I worked for maintenance. I'm working for maintenance for 22 months since I've been here up to now. I've been working for maintenance. I picked up a couple good skills with the guys and, they helped me out around the shop.
Okay, well, that's good. So let's talk about your release plan and where, I know you mentioned your wife and that, where you want to work and live. Have you talked to these people from Norwich, or is that something you're envisioning doing when you get out? You've talked to them?
Yes. Yeah, I talked to the hall. They know my situation. I talked to them on the telephone. The council called for me a couple months ago because I had to get the price on my dues. And they told me that they had jobs lined up. They sent a note when they sent my card to the wife and told that I had a job lined up once I get out.
All right. I would just, just for your own sake, start thinking about plan B, just in case, because it's been a couple months since you talked to them. Right? Start thinking through in your mind, if that falls through, what other options do you have? Okay. And where you can at least start working,
Yeah. If it's
I want to hear
time, I probably, I'm sorry about that. It's bigger than outside.
Yeah, we're losing connection a little bit. Just hold on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Let's take a break for a second. We're trying to figure out this technology. Hang on.
So I'm not sure if you can hear us, but we're trying to figure out, the video is cutting in and out. So we're just getting a couple minutes to try to sort it out.
Okay, it's blinking in and out still.
All right, we were having technical difficulties. Thank you for your patience.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, good. So we're just going to pick up where we left off, sir. You were talking about, we were talking about your job situation and, you know, like an alternate plan. If this, you know, it's been a couple months since you talked to them. I just want you to be prepared in your mind to be able to deal with that if it ends up that you can't work there. You know what I mean? Just start thinking about having another opportunity, finding another way to work. I think you need to stay busy. A lot of these things that you were doing, you know, selling drugs and you're making money, you need to find other ways to make money and stay occupied, you know?
Yes.
During an interview with the parole officer, you said that you would ride around and sell drugs when asked what a typical day was like. And then in a police report, you know, you were driving your truck, you just got out, and then they stopped you. And then I read also that you mentioned in there that before this, you were drinking and driving at times before you were arrested. I see some motor vehicle violations in your past. So I just wanted to talk about your driver's license and what the situation is now. Have you done anything with that? Like, what's going on with that right now? You're talking about working in Norwalk, right? And that's far from where you live, right?
My union hall is in Norwalk. I was whatever company would hire me, but with my license, I can't. I got a renewal paper, but here I try to renew it. They won't let me renew it. I got to go to DMV. So that's what I was trying to get that situated too while I was here. And I couldn't do anything until they told me on the paper I have to go to DMV in person to renew my driver's license.
So, I mean, I see driving under suspensions and things in here. So are you under suspension now? Do you have to pay a fee or is it just expired?
Everything is paid, but they just expired this year.
Okay.
So I got to get the a breathalyzer in the car. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've got more work to do with the motor vehicle department before you're going to be able to drive. Sounds like
before I be able to drive. Yes.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. So how are you going to get? You say the office is in Norwalk. So where are these? Where would the jobs be? Is there jobs near where you live that you could get a ride to? Are there people maybe could pick you up?
Yeah. See, if I was going to get in touch with ONG too. ONG has a yard not too far from my house, so that wouldn't be bad. Yeah, it depending on which company that they send me to. Just my hall is out in Norwalk.
Okay. Yeah, so, you know, just be careful trying to go to work and then driving when you're not supposed to be. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there's just not going to be a lot of leeway for you. You know, after whatever's decided here today, at some point when you get out, there's not going to be a lot of leeway for you. You know, understand you have a long criminal record with different things, and I wouldn't be driving around, even going to work, if you're not supposed to be. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have to figure that part out with your wife or your friends or maybe coworkers you could find. And you understand the difference between probation and parole, right? Parole is they're gonna be really closely monitoring you, and then violations for parole, you know, it's not the same level of violations for you to return. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have to be prepared to. You have, you know, to serve and be successful and follow all the rules and everything. It looks like you haven't had any disciplinary problems in this incarceration, so that's good.
Yes.
But you have had problems in the past with parole and probation, so it's a little bit of a concern of mine. All right, thank you for answering my questions. I think you've answered everything I need to hear today, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hubbard? And I don't either. Okay, thank you. Give us a few minutes to discuss your case. We'll get back to you shortly with our decision. Mr. Cizauskas.
Yeah, so Mr. Thomas was able to articulate some of the ways that he's changed. He hasn't had any disciplinary problems, and he's attended some of the programs. It sounds like that he has the right certifications and a job lined up and a place to live. So he appears to be doing well. He does have some time left on his sentence here. So his parole will be for a couple years.
Yeah, about 4. If
Yeah.
it was parole, yeah.
And then, but this is a flat sentence and he doesn't have any probation to follow it all. So, you know, I read through this. I'm not seeing any violence in here. He does rate out high, but Based on the conversation we had with him today, I'm okay granting him parole.
Thank you. Ms. Palmieri?
I agree.
All right, what are your conditions, Mr. Cizauskas?
So, well, no driving is the first thing. Got to straighten out some situations with motor vehicles before he's going to be able to drive. He's mentioned some different situations that were involved here with alcohol, so I would add that also no alcohol. And it sounds like he's all set for housing.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to need to do that.
Okay.
So it's just those two.
All right, thank you. In the matter of Sean Thomas, amendment number 229433, I'll move to grant parole effective April 10th, 2025, with the following additional conditions: no alcohol consumption and no driving without your parole officer's permission. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, sir, we wish you the best. Keep
Thank
working on
you.
yourself, okay?
Okay, thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing. Sean Thomas, 229433.
I've never done this before.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Parole Officer Logan, and today is Friday, October 25th, 2024. This is the jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this afternoon are Chairperson Zaccagnini, Board Member Smith-Palmieri, and Board Member Cizauskas. Mr. Mears, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jeffrey Mears, 249808.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct, which may require participation in a behavioral management program for sexual behavior.
Thank you. I'll move that we go into executive session to discuss confidential information. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the board will now go into executive session. We'll be back on the record shortly.
Mr. Mears, can you ask the CO to come in, please?
Yeah.
Right here. Hello.
Be able to just hang up on your end, and we're going to send you a new call request so that the board can speak to him off the live stream. And then when they're done, we'll have you reconnect.
Okay.
All right, so the new invite should come over in just a few seconds.
Sure, I'll hang up now.
You guys hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. All right, we're back on the record. In the matter of Jeffrey Mears, amendment number 249808, I move that the board require an assessment of problem sexual behavior prior to the scheduling of a discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Mears, after reviewing all the information available in your testimony today, the board has determined that an evaluation for the treatment of problem sexual behavior will be required prior to the scheduling of your discretionary parole hearing. At that hearing, the board may decide to order your participation in treatment and compliance with any related clinical recommendations regarding that treatment as a condition of your release. You may also be assigned to the special management unit. This is an evaluation. You know, we take a look at their recommendations after the evaluation. So have a chat with them and let's see what they recommend or not recommend. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck.
This concludes the jurisprudence hearing for Jeffrey Mears for case number 249808. This also concludes the Brooklyn Correctional hearing. It is 2:13 p.m. We're all set there, Ann. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great
Thank you.
weekend.
That's helpful. Yeah. It wasn't too bad.